The Byzantine Empire of Greece. Welcome back, brave explorers of impossible worlds. We are excited to have you here to continue this odyssey together. Before we continue, everything you'll hear is pure fiction. So please don't try to replicate combat techniques at home. This wonderful story in all its rights belong to its brilliant original author. We are only the messengers of entertainment. Want another dose of adventure? Subscribe to our YouTube channel so you don't miss a single chapter. And if you can't wait, our Patreon has exclusive surprises you'll love. Chapter 126: The issue of civil service examinations. The financial problems raised by Prime Minister Sanos are the biggest issues Greece is currently facing, but Otto knows that Prime Minister Sanos is deliberately exaggerating the financial difficulties. The government has not been without gains in this war. Aside from other things, the confiscated land and assets from various hostile forces and separatists represent a considerable sum of money. After thinking for a moment, Otto said, "We can try to sell the weapons that the army has replaced. After all, although these weapons are second-hand, most of them are still 70–80% new and are still advanced weapons on a global scale. We have already developed some arms sales channels in North America. If all else fails, we can sell them to the Ottomans. They have suffered a series of defeats, and their new army has suffered heavy losses. They are in dire need of various weapons and supplies at this time. These old weapons should fetch a good price. Also, regarding the army's battle rewards, I think we can take out some of the land from our newly occupied territories and let the soldiers choose between monetary rewards or land rewards. This will save a lot of money. Furthermore, to reward these young soldiers, the land they receive for their military merits will be exempt from taxes for 3 years." Hearing Otto's explanation, Prime Minister Sanos knew that Otto had seen through his plans and could only agree. Of course, Otto also knew that Prime Minister Sanos's deliberate omission of this portion of government revenue was not for personal gain, but for the development of the newly occupied territories. Therefore, he did not blame the other party for his idea, but instead explained his comprehensive plan for the newly occupied territories. "Now that we have reclaimed the Balkan Peninsula's ancient territory, we must manage it well, especially strengthening its development. The Balkan Peninsula is still rich in various resources. I think the government should quickly understand the situation in the Balkan Peninsula and then formulate a brand new 5-year plan for its development. As for the previous 5-year plan, due to the war, resources have been entirely allocated to the war effort, causing many plans to be forced to stagnate. The government needs to adjust quickly, and in addition to the existing plans that can still be implemented, formulate a new second 5-year plan to be implemented starting next year. The Balkan Peninsula holds a strategically important geographical position. It is bordered by the Adriatic and Aegean Seas to the west, the Black Sea to the east, and separated from Asia by the Turkish Straits. The Danube River basin forms its northern boundary, and its connection to the European continent is quite wide. In Turkish, Balkan means mountainous, reflecting the fact that most of the Balkan Peninsula is mountainous. The mountain ranges are primarily branches of the Alps, with plains and lowlands only in the north and east. The western and southern coasts have a Mediterranean climate, while the interior exhibits continental characteristics. With its winding coastline and numerous islands, the Balkan Peninsula is rich in marine resources, as well as forests, coal, copper, and oil, all essential for industrialization. It can be said that the occupation of the Balkan Peninsula greatly alleviated Greece's original problem of scarce natural resources. The only drawback is that agricultural land within the country remains relatively scarce. Apart from a few basins, the area of plains is relatively small. While the surrounding areas of Moldavia, adjacent to the Ukrainian plains, are also plains, their proximity to Russia poses a significant security threat. Otto has consistently advocated for good relations with Russia, but until Russia's stance becomes clear, the development of this region must proceed with caution. Even so, agricultural conditions are far better than before, at least with dedicated development, ensuring basic domestic food supplies, even with future industrialization and population growth, is no longer a problem. The cabinet, led by Prime Minister Sanos, has already considered developing these new territories as quickly as possible, but the biggest challenge facing the government is funding. Even with the confiscation of substantial assets from hostile forces, it is still insufficient to allow Greece to continue its involvement in the Egyptian war while simultaneously ensuring the development and construction of the new territories. This is also the main reason why Prime Minister Sanos previously complained about being poor. From the government's perspective, He does not want the war to continue escalating and hinder the country's development. Your Majesty, regarding the development of these regions, various departments are trying to gather data on the newly occupied territories, and then the cabinet will formulate a plan based on the actual situation. The biggest problem right now is the lack of funds. Although we have confiscated a large amount of assets from the Ottomans and hostile forces during the war, even setting aside other aspects, the construction of railway lines connecting the major regions of the Balkans alone requires substantial funds. Furthermore, because the newly occupied territories are several times larger than our original territory, the government lacks sufficient administrative personnel to effectively manage them. Launching another war at this time to seize even more territory would be entirely counterproductive. Tunisia is different from the Balkans. Its culture is predominantly Arab, and Greek influence there is extremely weak. It's like France, after nearly a decade of trying to conquer Algeria, they still haven't been able to fully consolidate their rule. The French army, despite continuous victories against local guerrilla attacks, is constantly on the move. If the forces in Tunisia follow the example of the Algerian rebels, we don't have France's deep-rooted strength and could easily be dragged down by the counterinsurgency. Otto thought for a moment and said, "The difficulties Prime Minister Sanos mentioned are real. Let's solve them one by one, starting with the issue of funding. Besides selling the confiscated land and assets, we also have many mines in our newly occupied territories that can be handed over to merchants for development. The government can use the development rights to recoup some funds, and at the same time, we can collect taxes from the mine's resources. The most crucial transportation infrastructure, especially railways, can be handed over to private developers, following past practice, with a certain period of exclusive rights granted, and each railway line awarded to only one contractor. In this way, with sufficient profits, merchants will certainly be willing to invest in construction, thus solving a large part of the railway construction problem. What do you all think? Your Majesty, this is indeed a feasible method, Prime Minister Sanos sighed and said. The cabinet has long considered nationalizing the railways. The importance of beacon railways has been fully demonstrated in the past, but now it seems far too early to do so. Otto glanced at Prime Minister Sanos, fully aware of his plans. In reality, Greek railways have always been invested in by the Royal Consortium. He didn't mind the government reclaiming some of the railway shares. To ensure national stability and reduce overall logistics costs, Beacon Railways, through its investments, has maintained a low-price strategy for transportation. In terms of profit margin, the investment isn't very profitable, but with the development of the Balkans requiring substantial government funds, reclaiming railway shares is clearly beyond the government's financial capacity. It's best to proceed gradually. In the transportation construction of the newly occupied territories, there is no need to be greedy and try to do everything at the beginning. We should take it one step at a time. First, we should build up the railways and, as for highways, we should first complete the connection between the major cities. In other aspects, education and investment attraction are the priorities. The popularization of primary education must not be relaxed. We should cooperate with churches to quickly expand the market. In addition, we should attract investment based on the resources and advantageous industries of each region. The royal family will also contribute to some investments in heavy industries that are crucial to the country. After we understand the detailed situation in each region, we will make plans according to this principle and prepare a budget first. If there is a shortage of funds, we will find a solution together. In terms of national construction, Otto will definitely contribute. In fact, the role of the Royal Consortium in Greece is similar to that of state-owned enterprises in the East. When government finances are insufficient, they should take the initiative to invest in key industries of industrialization and occupy a leading position. Besides railways, mines in various regions are also good investment targets, which can offset the losses from heavy industry investments. The Royal Consortium will definitely get involved, and a considerable portion of the gold harvested from Hindu temples will be invested in them. In this way, the funding gap for the new construction plan can be reduced significantly. If there is still a shortfall, low-interest bonds can continue to be issued. Otto also has sufficient capital to back it up. Therefore, he quickly turned the topic to the next issue. Next is the problem of insufficient government personnel. After hundreds of years of occupation by the Ottoman Empire, the residual poison of Ottoman rule remaining in these places will not be completely eliminated by war. Most of these areas are still under military control, and this situation certainly cannot continue indefinitely. Therefore, my idea is to hold a civil service exam to recruit government personnel nationwide, including in the newly occupied territories. Chapter 127 Otto's Plans. Currently, Europe generally practices an appointment-based bureaucracy, meaning that if a local official thinks you're good, or someone recommends you, you're directly recruited into the government. This has led to governments in various countries being filled with a large number of nobles and cronies, and bribery is rampant. Most of the current Greek government's main staff were recruited by Otto from the Kingdom of Bavaria, many of whom were refugees who had fled to Greece. After receiving education and training, they were selected by Otto through examinations before he became king. Therefore, passing examinations to become an official is not new to current Greek officials. However, this time, Otto intends to institutionalize the civil service examination system. Especially with a larger territory, Otto's control over government officials will certainly not be as strong as before. Greece's territory was originally less than 100,000 square kilometers. In such a small area, Otto could naturally monitor all aspects of his officials' conduct. If an incompetent bureaucrat stepped down, Otto could quickly intervene and select a suitable replacement. However, now that the territory has expanded several times over, the number of officials has inevitably increased as well. Otto can no longer be as thoroughly familiar with his officials as before. At this point, a relatively fair system for selecting and promoting officials is essential. The world may lack all kinds of talent, but it will never lack people who want to be officials, especially since Greece's national power is clearly on the rise. The opportunity to join the ruling group will certainly attract many. Don't assume that grassroots civil servants are undesirable. Even for the children of noble families, finding a respectable job isn't easy, let alone for ordinary citizens. Once the news gets out, the number of applicants will undoubtedly exceed expectations. This will give hope to talented people who previously lacked connections, leading to a large-scale influx of applicants. Naturally, they won't be inclined to cause trouble. After all, the more knowledgeable someone is, the more reactionary they are, and the greater the damage they cause. Passing the civil service exam allows for the complete incorporation of these individuals into the government. Simultaneously, holding a nationwide civil service exam is also beneficial for United Front work, strengthening the integration and governance of newly occupied territories. These days, those who can afford to study and acquire knowledge are at least middle class, and in local areas, they are considered respectable families. Otto would certainly have tucked his own agenda into the civil service exams. First, he'd mandate that everyone use the Greek language and script. This would encourage these individuals to culturally align themselves with Greek values. Simultaneously, he'd conduct vetting, requiring them to acknowledge the legitimacy of the Greek occupation of the Balkans, in other words, to support the Greek government and oppose local independence. Otherwise, well, hell. Although Otto had used the war and local guerrilla groups to effectively purge Ottoman forces and regional separatists, many had undoubtedly slipped through the net. In these civil service exams, the government would recruit those willing to change their stance, thus dividing their ranks, while simultaneously excluding hardliners and squeezing their space for advancement. In this era, the lower classes did not consider ethnic issues much. Meanwhile, Otto continuously promoted Greek culture among the lower classes through widespread basic education and assimilation policies, while also learning from the University of Tokyo's emphasis on collectivism and national integration, distinguishing himself from the emerging individualism prevalent in Europe. The civil service examination was designed to attract those from the upper and middle classes who could be won over. Only those willing to learn Greek culture and assimilate into Greek society had a chance of becoming part of the ruling class, thus maximizing the division of local separatist forces. With the aim of recruiting talent while preventing reactionary forces from taking advantage of the situation to enter the government, strict qualification checks were conducted on applicants. The temporary requirements are passing a social knowledge test, a political orientation check, correct values, no record of inappropriate speech, and no criminal record for 3 generations of ancestors, and an industry avoidance system. Children of parents or relatives working in the same industry are ineligible for regulatory positions. This is because Greece's overall education level is currently too low, otherwise, Otto would have at least required a secondary school education. For now, a preliminary educational assessment is the only option. After hearing Otto's general plan and requirements for the civil service exam, Prime Minister Sanos also thought it was an excellent approach. After all, He had participated in the development of the current Greek civil service exam questions and was familiar with this method, believing it to be a good way to select talent. The problem of government staff shortages has been solved, so the last question is how to deal with the Tunisian issue. Finally, there's how to deal with Tunisia's open declaration of independence, Otto said, glancing at Prime Minister Sanos. The reason I initially demanded the Ottoman Empire see Tunisia was to have a pretext for future intervention in North Africa. You see, after acquiring the Balkans, if we wanted to continue our offensive against the Ottomans and reclaim Constantinople, neither the British nor the Russians would agree. We'd also find it difficult to find such a golden opportunity to fish in troubled waters. And then there are the many Italian states across the sea to our west. Their military strength may be weak, but most have close ties with powers like the Austrian Empire. If we attack these states, Austria and even France will certainly be the first to oppose us. Expanding on the European continent is a risky endeavor, with every move having far-reaching consequences. No matter the choice, it will inevitably lead to conflict with major powers, and failure is a constant possibility. Given Greece's current weak foundation, a single setback could expose us as weak as we are now. Therefore, for a considerable period to come, our focus in Europe should be on peaceful development, cultivating good relations with major powers, and avoiding direct confrontation. Europe, while not particularly large, is home to some of the world's most powerful nations. Expanding on this continent truly requires a confluence of favorable circumstances. Given the current international situation, if we want to expand, we can only choose another direction. The region closest to us and suitable for conquest is North Africa. However, Egypt is already considered a prize by Britain, France has long since begun its conquest of Algeria, and Morocco is an arena for competition between Britain, France, and even Spain. Therefore, the only region with a chance to intervene is Tunisia and Libya, which the Ottoman Empire nominally possesses. Furthermore, Tunisia and Libya are not core interests of the Ottoman Empire. In fact, these two territories are essentially superfluous to the Ottoman Empire at present. That's why I want to take advantage of this negotiation to gain claims to Tunisia. Prime Minister Sanos said, "But Your Majesty, we don't need to be in such a hurry. This time, we've taken advantage of the unprecedented situation in the Near East to acquire most of Austria's territory in the Balkans, a move that's already a case of a snake swallowing an elephant. As for Tunisia and Libya, we can wait and look for opportunities to seize them from the Ottoman Empire later. If we're too greedy, we might end up like a ravenous python, slowly suffocating ourselves." "I understand that, of course," Sanos replied, "but we must also recognize that the French have long had designs on North Africa. If it weren't for the constant rebellions of the local people in Algeria, which haven't been completely quelled yet, the French would probably have already attacked Tunisia. Although resistance forces in Algeria are still resisting, the French have gradually gained control of the situation over the years. In 3 to 5 years, France will be able to completely stabilize the region. At that time, the French will officially turn their attention to Tunisia. If we try to intervene again, we will not only have to fight the Ottoman Empire again, but we will also incur French hostility." Otto couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This era was called the Great Colonial Era, but without a sufficiently large core territory, development based solely on colonies wasn't so reliable. They couldn't simply move the capital to Africa. If that got out, the people would definitely rebel. A weak homeland makes maintaining stable colonies difficult, much like Portugal, which, with its relatively small territory in Europe, could only watch Brazil gain independence. It was only able to retain its African colonies because the major powers weren't focusing their attention there. Otto managed his colonies as if they were his own, especially those in Africa close to Europe. However, European traditions differ greatly from those in the East, and truly annexing them would be a long process. The Greek population, at only 4 or 5 million globally, wouldn't even be enough for the Balkans. Both the homeland and the colonies were short-staffed, requiring large-scale influx of foreign populations. The situation was relatively better in the homeland, but with a large influx of foreign populations into the colonies, even with assimilation policies, it would take time to see the effects. At the very least, it would take 2 or 3 generations for a nation to develop a sense of national identity. Furthermore, ensuring the colonies' cohesion and localizing them required strengthening personnel exchanges between the colonies and the homeland, changing the mindset of the populace, and gaining widespread acceptance, all of which would take even longer, at least 50 or 60 years, spanning 3 or 4 generations. Before that, Otto needed to expand the colonies while simultaneously implementing assimilation policies and preventing them from developing complete industrial capabilities, thus increasing the risk of them separating from the homeland. Therefore, in this industrial age, for at least the next 50 years, the nation's industrial strength would still rely on the homeland. During this period, colonies could only serve as sources of agricultural and industrial raw materials, and at most, gradually develop some light industry and primary processing industries when the time was right. Otherwise, given the vast distance, the colonies could easily become independent. This is one of the key reasons why Otto, following the example of Tokyo University, suppressed individualism and emphasized collectivism. In Otto's view, even after seizing the Balkan Peninsula, Greece's core territory and population development potential still could not compare with the major powers, while North Africa was only separated from the mainland by the Mediterranean Sea. The current Greek nationalist sentiment was to restore the Byzantine Empire, and North Africa had also been part of the Byzantine Empire. Colonizing and managing this region, making it the first core colony, was the most suitable approach. Moreover, with the example of the first colony becoming a core, it was only natural to gradually core other colonies as well. Therefore, having a foothold in North Africa early on was crucial to his plans for the future of Greece. If Otto hadn't vehemently disagreed, he would have wanted to take Libya as well during this negotiation. It should be noted that although Libya is a vast desert, it has vital iron and oil resources. Even though development is difficult, as important industrial resources now and in the future, there is never too much iron ore and oil. Chapter 128 The Greek emissaries in St. Petersburg. Upon hearing Otto mention the French, Prime Minister Santos was unable to refute him. From the invasion of Algeria onwards, France's ambition to conquer North Africa and expand its colonies there was common knowledge throughout Europe. Britain, recognizing this, and based on the century-old friendship between the two countries, had frequently caused trouble for France and Algeria, providing weapons and even financial aid to the Algerian resistance fighters. Presumably to annoy the French, Britain supported Greece's claims to Tunisia while opposing Greece's further acquisition of Libya. After all, the weakened Ottoman Empire was certainly unable to prevent the French from subsequently occupying Tunisia. By bringing Greece into North Africa and fanning the flames from behind, Britain could easily create conflict between Greece and France. This would mean that whether Greece wanted to confront the French or further seize Libya, it would need British support and become increasingly dependent on Britain. This is a traditional British tactic. It doesn't fear that the European countries lack ambition, but rather that they are too harmonious. Otherwise, Britain itself will be the one to suffer. My original plan was to maintain the status quo after acquiring Tunisia's claim, and then, in a year or two, once the Egyptian issue was resolved, launch an invasion of Tunisia while France was still dealing with Algeria. But now, Ahmed clearly believes Greece is not strong enough and has directly declared independence. Therefore, we must fight this war. Of course, we need a complete plan. My idea is to first deploy our navy to eliminate the navy of that pirate nation. Then, send a force to seize Tunisian ports, destroy Ahmed's government, declare our occupation of Tunisia, stabilize the surrounding areas, and not rush into actually occupying the entire territory of Tunisia. Once a foothold is established, and with policies such as attracting immigrants from outside, expansion in Tunisia can be gradually achieved. Otto made his stance clear: military intervention is inevitable, but given Greece's current critical juncture, a large-scale military sweep across Tunisia is not feasible. Fortunately, the Tunisian capital is located on the coast. With the strength of the Greek navy, in conjunction with the army, they can first capture Tunisian ports, nominally quelling the Tunisian rebellion, and then address the rest gradually. The reason Tunisia is called a pirate nation is because the people who control power in Tunisia are essentially pirates. Tunisia's pirate history dates back hundreds of years, when the Phoenician Carthaginians frequently raided merchant ships and plundered towns in the Mediterranean. From the late 15th to the 16th centuries, Tunisia became a major hub for Muslim pirates, the infamous Barbary pirates, who reached their zenith in the 17th century. When Tunisia gained autonomy after its rebellion against the Ottomans, its main force, the Janissary Guard, was largely engaged in piracy as a sideline. Even after gaining power, maritime raids and protection money remained the main source of Tunisia's revenue. However, with the continuous development of navies in various countries, these Tunisian pirates were still limited to old-fashioned sailing warships, and their situation became increasingly difficult. But they were selective in their targets, never daring to provoke powerful nations, and specifically targeting merchant ships from smaller Mediterranean countries to extort protection money. When Otto first became king of Greece, merchant ships belonging to the royal consortium were even extorted by Tunisian pirates. It wasn't just the merchant ships of the royal family and conglomerates that were targeted. Due to Greece's thriving maritime trade and its significant share of Mediterranean trade, privately owned Greek merchant ships were frequently plundered. Later, when the warships purchased by Greece arrived, they developed initial combat capability under the training of British constructors, engaging in their first battle against these adversaries. Thanks to the superior performance of their warships and the well-trained sailors, a significant technological gap emerged between the two sides in terms of equipment and training. To safeguard Mediterranean shipping, the Greek navy directly annihilated several pirate groups, inflicting heavy losses on these wolves who had previously extorted the royal family's wealth. This deterred them from easily targeting Greek merchant ships. The situation in Tunisia is also complex. Besides the ruling group led by Ahmed, there are numerous local tribes in other parts of Tunisia. As long as they nominally submit, they can be left alone for now. The reason the French rebellion in Algeria has not yet been quelled is that although France destroyed the Algerian government, it also forcibly forced local tribes to learn French and convert to Christianity, which has met with unanimous opposition from the local tribes. Greece also wanted to follow France's example, but the current situation didn't allow it. Therefore, Otto's plan was to first stabilize the local tribes, and then, using the area surrounding Tunisia city as a core, continuously migrate and develop the region, conquering and assimilating as one area was acquired. This process would inevitably lead to conflicts with the local tribes, but these would be gradual, unlike France's approach of provoking them from the outset, giving Greece time to adjust. I understand, Your Majesty. The military can draft a plan first, which the cabinet will approve, but the budget must be carefully controlled, Prime Minister Sanos said finally, with a hint of resignation. Since Otto stated that this war against Tunisia was related to the country's strategic plan, even though now was not a good time, Prime Minister Sanos had to indicate that the government could support the war against Tunisia, but the scale must be controlled because the government's finances were truly in difficulty. While Otto and the cabinet were meeting to determine Greece's next strategic direction, Otto's special envoy had already arrived in St. Petersburg. Back in St. Petersburg, when Nicholas I received news from Nasrallah at the Vienna conference that Greece and the Ottoman Empire were about to hold peace talks, he couldn't help but berate him in a cabinet meeting. That Otto fellow is indeed a cunning fox, actually siding with the British at this crucial moment. Does he think he can occupy the Balkans with British protection? Perhaps I should send the troops at the front directly to Moldavia, to let him understand the consequences of stealing what he shouldn't have. Fortunately, the ministers present dissuaded him at this time. Sending troops now would easily make Russia a target of public criticism. And the great powers might even organize a coalition to launch a war against Russia. Although Nicholas I was a powerful monarch, he was not entirely oblivious to the situation. At the urging of his ministers, he did not immediately declare war on the Balkans. However, he still ordered a large Russian army to assemble on the Moldavian front on the Ukrainian border, a force of 150,000 men poised for war. At this time, the Greek army had just sailed away from the Ottoman Empire's garrison there and taken over the defenses. Seeing the Russian army's imminent attack, Greece was also on high alert, hastily mobilizing its troops, familiarizing itself with the surrounding terrain, stockpiling supplies, perfecting its defensive deployments, and cautiously strengthening its defenses, while daring not to make any provocative moves. The Greek envoy to Russia arrived in St. Petersburg in this atmosphere, and naturally, he was not welcomed by Nicholas I and was left hanging. It wasn't until a week later, when Nicholas I had somewhat calmed down, that he and his most trusted minister, Prince Lionel Bey, received the Greek envoy. Upon their meeting, Nicholas I's expression remained unpleasant. He spoke first with a sarcastic remark, "What, that little fox Otto got away with it and now he's sending you here to show off? Aren't you afraid my army will raise the Balkans to the ground?" Faced with Nicholas I's threat to send troops directly, the Greek envoy, Heroes, calmly replied, "Your Majesty, Greece has always cherished its friendship with the Russian Empire. Our King Otto often tells us that the Russian Empire and Greece are not only natural allies, but also family. Being an enemy of the Russian Empire has never been on his agenda. I was sent here for the sake of peace and future interests between our two nations. Since it's for the sake of peace, Then let your Greek army withdraw from the Balkans and hand over the occupied land to the Russian army, Nicholas I said coldly. Your Majesty, Heroes said slowly, His Majesty Otto understands the reason for your anger. Throughout history, successive Tsars have made tremendous efforts to reclaim Constantinople from the infidels, and countless Russian soldiers have shed their blood in the process. Therefore, he wanted me to convey a message to you, to show that Greece has no intention of conquering Constantinople. This declaration of war against the Ottomans is also to cooperate with your country's strategy in the Near East. The occupation of the Balkans is also for the common interests of both countries. Heroes continued, the Greek army is your ally in the reconquest of Constantinople, not an obstacle. Upon hearing Heroes' words, Nicholas I nearly laughed in anger, saying irritably, your so-called cooperation is simply taking advantage of the Russian Empire's preoccupation to seize territory that rightfully belongs to the Empire? Your Majesty, Heroes replied, please do not be angry. Let me explain in detail. The Russian Empire's strategy in the Near East has always focused on the Balkans. However, the reactions of the various powers in recent years have proven that they do not want the Russian Empire's army to enter Central Europe. Every time your army enters the Balkans, it faces united opposition from European countries, which has led to your country's relative diplomatic isolation. On the contrary, the cunning British were able to leverage the fear of Russia among various countries to win over more people to their side. HMPH, so what? The Imperial Army fears no challenge. Nicholas I scoffed. The Russian army is capable of eliminating any enemy of the Empire for your Majesty, but even with your Majesty's benevolence, the gains and losses must be weighed, and your people should not be sacrificed too many times, said Heroes. To fight against the great powers merely for the Balkans would not only result in the needless sacrifice of soldiers and the depletion of the Empire's strength, but would also isolate the Russian Empire. For decades, this situation has plagued the Empire, preventing it from successfully recapturing Constantinople even after defeating the Ottomans. In that case, your Majesty might consider a different approach, hand over the Balkans to Greece and expand from Anatolia, where the Anatolian Peninsula is located. The reason why countries like Austria have consistently obstructed your country is because they fear Russia's strength. They fear that once Russia occupies the Balkans, it will further threaten their security. Faced with this tangible security threat, even knowing that the Empire's strength is beyond their ability to contend with, they still strive to stop it, even at the cost of acting as pawns for the British. Now that Greece occupies the Balkans, if the Empire were to wage war against the Ottomans, Austria, Prussia, and other countries would not feel as acutely threatened, and France would not be willing to antagonize the Russian Empire for the sake of the Ottomans. Therefore, the only ones who can stop your Majesty from taking Constantinople are the British. With the British Army's weakness, it's impossible for them to stop your army on land. Nicholas I was taken aback by these words, frowning. After a long while, he waved his hand and said, it's impossible for Greece to quell the Empire's anger with just a few words. You may leave now. Seeing this, Heroes remained calm, bowed respectfully, and turned to leave the hall. From Nicholas I's reaction, he knew that his mission might be accomplished, and he breathed a slight sigh of relief. But the final outcome still rested on Nicholas I's shoulders. Unless absolutely necessary, he was unwilling to activate the contingency plan and cede too many benefits to the Russian Empire, as this could very well trigger a chain reaction. After he left, Nicholas I looked at his most trusted Duke Liobe. What do you think of what that Greek envoy just said? If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 129. What exactly are his views? Your Majesty, Duke Liobe bowed first, feigning thought, and slowly began, Greece's words are clearly a pretext born of fear of antagonism with the Empire, yet an unwillingness to relinquish the Balkans. However, upon closer examination, they do hold some merit. Greece's occupation of the Balkans is now a foregone conclusion. Even the British, who initially supported the Ottoman Empire, have switched their support to Greece due to the Ottoman army's disastrous performance in this Near Eastern war. With the British support, Greece has found no opposition from its closest neighbors, Austria and Prussia. Austria, in fact, has been bribed by Greece under unknown conditions and is now willing to support it. Furthermore, Egypt, supported by the French, was at war with the Ottoman Empire at this time and could not possibly oppose Greece's efforts to weaken the Ottoman Empire. If we chose to enter the Balkans at this point, Britain, Austria, Prussia, and even France might try to stop us, which would put us in the same predicament as during the previous war. What Duke Liubey didn't say next was that even for Russia, facing a united front of nations, even if it entered the Balkans, the outcome would be little different from the last time. After careful consideration, Nicholas I had to admit that because of the Polish uprising, Russia had now lost its best opportunity to advance into the Balkans. Thinking of this, Nicholas I's hatred for the Polish revolt and the British intensified. If it weren't for the sudden Polish revolt, Russian troops would have already entered the Balkans, and might even be at the gates of Constantinople by now. Logically, the Polish revolt had only been quelled less than 10 years ago, and with Russia's severe repression, the Polish revolt shouldn't have recovered so easily. During this period, Nicholas I also conducted some investigations and discovered that the Polish Zedong army had the backing of Britain and France. The British, in particular, had initially offered only verbal support to the Zedong army during the previous Polish uprising, but from the period leading up to the Near Eastern Wars, they provided substantial amounts of weaponry and funding. At this time, Germany had not yet risen to power, and although France was willing to continue its struggle with Britain, it feared being targeted by the entire European continent as it had during the Napoleonic Wars, and therefore focused its efforts on expanding its colonies. Against this backdrop, Russia, which had been striving to advance into the Balkans and extend its influence into Central Europe, became the primary enemy in the eyes of the British, and other powers were equally wary of the Russian Empire. Since the Russo-Turkish War, they had been continuously supporting the Ottoman Empire to hinder Russia's expansion into the Mediterranean, and were also constantly creating trouble for Russia in other ways. Nicholas I, temporarily unable to deal with Britain and France, turned to the ever-restless Poles as his target, ultimately leading to the tragic fate of the Poles in the future. Having confirmed the current situation, Nicholas I continued to address Duke Liubey. Now is certainly not a good time to advance into the Balkans. So, what do you think we should do with the Greeks? Do you think they might completely side with Britain and oppose the empire? For Nicholas I, the desire to invade the Balkans was primarily driven by a desire to reclaim Constantinople, thereby allowing Russia to break through the Black Sea's limitations and enter the Mediterranean through the Bosphorus Strait. Historically, Nicholas I had previously attempted to partition the Balkans with the Austrian Empire, proposing various conditions and promising Austria substantial benefits, but Austria ultimately refused. He was initially offended by Greece's sudden rise to power, but now that he has calmed down, he has begun to consider the strategy for the Russian Empire. Faced with Nicholas I's question, Duke Liubey said, "Actually, you can tell from the attitude of this Greek envoy. Although they have temporarily consolidated their occupation of the Balkans with the support of the British, they are clearly afraid of being enemies with the empire. As long as the empire acquiesces to Greece's occupation of the Balkans and does not actively show hostility, then Greece will not dare to oppose the empire, much less interfere in the empire's destruction of the Ottoman Empire and the recapture of Constantinople." HMPH. It seems that Little Fox still wants to play both sides. After listening to Duke Liubey's analysis, Nicholas I was somewhat convinced of this judgment, but he was still very dissatisfied with Otto. Russia originally viewed Greece as a potential ally in its conquest of the Balkans. If this ally were sensible enough, Nicholas I wouldn't mind giving Greece some benefits during the occupation of the Balkans. But now Greece has directly annexed the Balkans, and although it conquered them independently without Russian assistance, Russia doesn't necessarily feel it's being used. But the feeling of displeasure at having his prized possession snatched away by his underlings was hard to shake. Looking at Nicholas I's expression, Duke Liubey tentatively said, "Judging from the recent war in the Near East, the Greek army is quite formidable. Even stronger than we initially anticipated, otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to defeat the Ottoman Empire's army so quickly and occupy the Balkans so swiftly. Even so," Nicholas I said dismissively, "they're at most on par with Prussia, far from comparable to the empire. Of course, no country can compare to the empire's army. Even Britain can only maintain its pitiful dignity through its navy. I just wonder how your majesty plans to respond to the Greek envoy and the princess's marriage. We'll discuss the Greek matter with the cabinet later. Don't rush to a decision. We don't need to worry about the envoy either. We'll discuss it after we've reached a conclusion." "Yes, your majesty," Duke Liubey replied respectfully, thinking to himself, Judging from His Majesty's attitude, he doesn't seem to want to start a major conflict at this time. My conversation just now was enough to repay the gift Otto gave me. I wonder if Your Majesty is still willing to maintain the marriage alliance with Greece. If Your Majesty intends to continue targeting the Balkans, I will have to consider distancing myself from some people appropriately. After Duke Liobe left, Nicholas I looked at his son Alexander on the other side and said, "What are your thoughts on what the Greek envoy just said?" "Father." Alexander had just completed his travels in various European countries and was engaged to the youngest daughter of the Grand Duke of Hesse. In order to cultivate his successor, Nicholas I intended to gradually involve him in politics. Unlike the cunning Duke Liobe, who rarely expressed his opinions, the young and spirited Alexander I loved to share his views. If Nicholas I hadn't told him to listen more and speak less, he would have spoken up just now. When Nicholas I asked him, he immediately shared his thoughts. "I think it's indeed despicable that Greece annexed the Balkans while we weren't paying attention, but if we could actually reach a cooperation agreement with Greece on the Ottoman issue, it might not be such a bad thing." "Is that what you think?" Nicholas I asked calmly. "Should we continue with a long-standing policy of retaking Constantinople from the Balkans, or should we cooperate with that little fox, Otto? You see, if we attack the Ottomans from the Caucasus Mountains, not only will the journey be long, but the terrain along the way will also be much more complex, making the advance much more difficult." Alexander pondered for a moment, then cautiously replied, "Father, from a military perspective, marching the army from the Balkans all the way to Constantinople is indeed the best option. But as that envoy said, other countries won't just stand by and watch us succeed. Just like in the previous war, our army was only a few dozen kilometers from Constantinople, but you know how it ended. Not to mention Britain. The European countries, especially the Austrian Empire, might not prevent the empire from recapturing Constantinople and gaining control of the Mediterranean Sea, but they would absolutely not want the empire's army to set foot on the Balkan Peninsula. Even though relations between the two countries seem good now, they still fear the empire's army being too close. Conversely, with Greece as a buffer, Austria's concerns about its own security would be greatly reduced, which would also make it easier to further win Austria over to our side. During my recent trip to Europe, I found that the empire's diplomatic environment is currently terrible. Spain and Portugal have become echoes of Britain, the French have a long-standing feud with the empire, and have even harbored many Polish rebels. Although Austria and Prussia maintain friendly relations with the empire on the surface, and even uphold their ancient sacred alliance, due to their own security concerns, specifically on the Balkan issue, they have actually sided with Britain. Therefore, we must change the current unfavorable diplomatic situation for the empire as soon as possible. The arrival of the Greek envoy is, in my view, an opportunity. By changing our strategy, the empire can find opportunities to befriend Prussia and Austria, stabilize the West, and even cooperate with Greece to form an alliance and divide interests in the Near East. Having experienced this war, the already weak Ottoman Empire is even less likely to withstand the empire's army. What makes you think that little fox Otto's words are merely to appease us while secretly siding with the British? Nicholas I said. Father, during my recent travels, I spent a considerable amount of time in Greece. After careful observation, I discovered that King Otto of Greece is a very intelligent and ambitious ruler. He harbors deep suspicion towards England, even implicitly regarding it as his greatest enemy. Are you sure? Of course. Nicholas I replied calmly. While in Greece, I discussed the situations in various European countries with him quite a bit. Otto has profound insights into the situations in Europe, and I learned a great deal from him. What impressed me most was his assessment of England. Oh, I'd like to hear his opinions. Hearing this, Nicholas I also became somewhat interested. Chapter 130 Forms of Hegemony. Otto said at the time that there are two major hegemonic models in the world today, land hegemony and maritime hegemony. Just like our Russian Empire, which is a typical example of a land-based hegemon, it rose to power hundreds of years ago and has continuously expanded into its surrounding areas until it now possesses the largest territory in the world. This is similar to the Roman Empire, the Arab Empire, the Persian Empire 1,000 years ago, and even the Ottoman Empire today. During the periods of power, they all achieved their hegemony through land conquest. However, Alexander said slowly, more than 400 years ago, led by Spain and Portugal, Europe began the age of exploration, seizing vast colonies and becoming the earliest world empires. Spain and Portugal, Their homelands were merely a corner of Western Europe, their territories far smaller than these land-based superpowers, and their populations sparse. Previously, they were merely vassals of the major European powers. Yet, in less than 100 years, they successively established vast colonial empires, relying on their control of the seas. These two countries, with their immense naval power, seized countless colonies and acquired enormous wealth, thus supporting empires far exceeding their homeland size, dominating Europe. The Dutch, including those from 200 years ago, followed the same path. With the development of ocean-going technology, they expanded their territory at sea, and with the advancement of shipbuilding technology, they acquired a great deal of wealth. Hearing this, Nicholas I couldn't help but nod to himself. Sure enough, Otto was quite insightful. He had been emperor for many years, and before, he had only vaguely noticed this discussion on the division between land and sea hegemony. He hadn't expected Otto to summarize it so clearly. Alexander continued, with the advent of the great colonial era, whoever controlled the seas controlled the world, and whoever possessed absolute naval supremacy achieved maritime hegemony. In the past, Spain, Portugal, and the Netherlands successively established global empires, but they all possessed a fatal weakness. All three countries were located on the European continent, surrounded by powerful enemies. Spain and Portugal were neighbors, and next to Spain was France, a traditional European land power. The Netherlands was in an even more precarious situation, surrounded by France and the German states led by Austria. These countries, if they were not careful, would be drawn into wars on the European continent, forcing them to devote a great deal of energy to their land forces, diluting their investment in their navies. As a result, the maritime hegemony of these three countries ultimately declined one after another due to changes on the European continent. Recalling the history of the rise and fall of the three countries, Nicholas I had to admit that Otto's summary was very accurate. Then Alexander continued, on the other hand, Britain, which monopolizes the British Isles, cannot be threatened by any country on land as long as it maintains the strength of its navy. In this era of great colonialism, they naturally possessed enormous advantages, maintaining their independent status amidst the conflicts on the European continent. They only needed to focus on developing their navies to expand their overseas interests with impunity, acquiring vast wealth to fuel their growth. The quality of a geographical location actually depends on technological level and economic development. For example, in the feudal era, the Far Eastern empires enjoyed an excellent geographical location. Most of their territory was located in temperate regions suitable for the development of agricultural civilization, and the Yellow River and Yangtze River systems further facilitated agricultural development. Furthermore, they were bordered by the sea to the east, undeveloped tropical rainforests to the south, and boundless plateaus and deserts to the west, with only the north posing a threat from nomadic tribes. In this way, after expanding to its current territory, the Far Eastern Empire only needed to guard against the nomadic peoples to the north. Furthermore, due to interactions with these northern nomadic groups, it was not completely isolated from the outside world. For a long period, the Far Eastern Empire was one of the most advanced civilizations in the world, largely thanks to this unique geographical advantage. However, with the development of maritime technology and the beginning of the Age of Exploration, the Central Plains dynasties not only had to deal with the northern nomadic peoples, but also needed to defend against challenges from the sea, a problem faced by most traditional land-based hegemons. For an island nation like Britain, the Age of Exploration presented a rare historical opportunity, allowing this country, previously considered a marginal and impoverished corner of Europe, to rise to prominence. Of course, this process was not without its challenges. Spain and Portugal, located on the Iberian Peninsula in Europe, had a better geographical position and, leveraging their first-mover advantage, established numerous colonies in many parts of the world much earlier than Britain, accumulating vast wealth. However, Britain's true rise to prominence was not due to its political system. The so-called Grand Charter and the French Estates General were essentially products of the power struggles between feudal nobles and the imperial family, much like the power struggles between the monarchy and the prime minister in the Far Eastern empires. England's rise to power was largely due to its infamous piracy, or rather, its maritime strategy. For nearly a century, Spain and England fought for maritime supremacy, with the destruction of the Armada merely a landmark battle. Initially, the British Navy was no match for the Spanish warships, as naval warfare at the time primarily involved boarding maneuvers, and they were simply outmatched in direct combat. After much reflection, the British adopted a guerrilla warfare strategy, targeting not Spanish warships, but rather their treasure ships. To catch up with these treasure ships, the British improved their vessels, prioritizing speed, maneuverability, and cannon performance. They focused on long-range engagements, avoiding boarding maneuvers with the Spanish, and specifically targeted Spanish merchants and treasure ships. By plundering Spanish merchant vessels, they used the war to sustain their own operations, plundering Spanish wealth to compensate for their war losses. With advancements in ship and cannon technology, this British choice proved increasingly correct. The power of their cannons continuously increased, and the British gradually reversed their disadvantage in naval battles against Spain, even gaining the upper hand. At the same time, the British also discovered that because they were an island nation, as long as their navy could prevail, they were absolutely safe. Other European countries, however, faced enemies on both the sea and land. Even if their navies could temporarily rival Britain's, they couldn't sustain the same level of national military spending on their navy as Britain. After gaining maritime hegemony, Britain went to great lengths to control several key maritime nodes, namely Gibraltar, the Strait of Malacca, and South Africa. With several crucial maritime nodes connecting the world in British hands, European countries were forced to submit to Britain in many ways. After accomplishing these things, the British then sought every means to sow discord among the European continental nations. As long as European countries remained divided and in confrontation, no single nation was capable of simultaneously building a powerful army and possessing a navy that could threaten Britain. This is why, seeing Napoleon's continuous conquests on the European continent, the British became increasingly anxious, repeatedly spearheading the formation of anti-French alliances. To support other nations in opposing Napoleon, they generously provided loans and even direct financial aid, displaying an attitude of not resting until France was completely defeated. Chapter 131 concludes here. Remember the initial website domain name. When Alexander visited Greece, Otto, while not offering many opinions on the current European situation, did indeed provide Alexander with a thorough analysis of Britain, which now reached the ears of Nicholas I. It must be said that Otto's analysis was based on the perspective of a previous generation, a viewpoint seen from God's point of view. In this era, very few people can so accurately understand the origins of British hegemony and the starting point of British national policy. These words also gave Nicholas I a fresh perspective, making him marvel that Otto was even more intelligent than he had imagined. No wonder he had created such a situation in just a few years as King of Greece. However, these words did not explain why Alexander judged Otto to be wary of Britain, or even to regard it as a major enemy. Alexander commented, "My judgment that Otto was hostile to Britain is based on the fact that while developing his army, he did not slacken his efforts in developing his navy. He actively expanded his colonies in Africa, even clashing with the Portuguese in the process. I've even heard that Ludwig I is currently working to make Otto's brother the King of Central America, which is unlike Ludwig I's usual behavior. Otto's influence must be involved. It must be said that those who leave their mark on history and accomplish great things should not be underestimated." Alexander's ability and vision to abolish serfdom in a country like Russia, where feudal forces held absolute dominance, even if not completely, and to initiate liberalization reforms was truly extraordinary. Alexander, with his keen insight, analyzed Otto's actions and gleaned some of his strategic thinking. From all this, it's clear that Otto's focus wasn't entirely on the European continent, but rather on overseas targets. Given Otto's profound understanding of Britain, he couldn't possibly be unaware that expanding colonies overseas meant competing with the British. Nor could he fail to see the threat that Britain's maritime hegemony strategy posed to Greece's future development, even though Greece was currently choosing to colonize primarily in Africa, a region Britain looked down upon. Therefore, I conclude that Otto also intended to expand his maritime influence, while simultaneously harboring suspicion towards the British. Having said all this, let's examine his choices in this war, based on the performance of the Greek army in the Near East that I just received. At that time, the Greek army had every opportunity to take advantage of the Ottomans' unpreparedness and directly capture Constantinople, realizing the dream of many in Greece to restore the former capital of the Byzantine Empire. Even if Greece had done so, out of vigilance towards us, Britain would most likely have chosen to support Greece to resist our threat, while also having the opportunity to win over Austria. Even if the empire hated Otto and was able to defeat the Greek army and enter the Balkans, Britain and Austria would certainly intervene to prevent the empire from advancing further, allowing Greece to safely acquire Constantinople and control the Bosphorus Strait. Yet, the Greek army stopped at the gates of Constantinople and refused to advance. I don't believe Otto lacked the courage. Since he dared to declare war on the Ottoman Empire, he had probably already calculated the reactions of Britain and other countries. Even if Otto occupied Constantinople, the British would most likely force the Ottomans to accept the status quo, just as they are now. I think this is because Otto didn't want to completely offend us and waste the nation's resources on defending against us. This affected overseas expansion and colonization. Even now, Otto's dispatch of envoys to try and ease relations with us is for this reason. It's important to understand that after occupying the Balkans, Greece only had 3 land borders besides us, Austria and the Ottoman Empire. He was unwilling to continue expanding towards Constantinople, and even less likely to overestimate his capabilities by believing that Greece could seize territory from the Empire and Austria. This meant that Greece could only target its expansion towards colonies outside its own territory. Nicholas I initially thought that Otto's dispatch of envoys was mostly just an attempt to temporarily stabilize the empire, and that his desire to see Russia reclaim Constantinople was merely empty talk. After all, he knew that the Pan-Hellenic movement within Greece was now determined to restore the Byzantine Empire, and Constantinople was the former capital of the Byzantine Empire. How could Otto not be tempted? But now, after Alexander's analysis, he was somewhat convinced that Otto genuinely wanted to maintain good relations with the Russian Empire, thereby shifting his expansionist goals overseas. Russia, with its extremely cold mainland, desperately needed warmer lands. If, as the Greek envoy analyzed, Russia abandoned the Balkans and instead annexed the current Ottoman Empire, its international environment would greatly improve. Recapturing Constantinople would not only grant access to the Mediterranean Sea, but also the rich Persian and Mesopotamian regions, and access to the Indian Ocean. Furthermore, Russia could potentially annex the Persian region and continue its advance towards the wealthy Indian subcontinent. It's worth noting that every European nation was envious of Britain's monopoly on India's riches. In this process, if handled well, Russia would at most only face Britain as a major power. Other countries had no interests in these regions and were unlikely to become enemies of the empire. As for the British army, Nicholas I didn't even consider it a threat. The grand power struggle between Britain and Russia was already widely known at this time. If Nicholas I had previously treated the strategy brought by the Greek envoys merely as a delaying tactic by Otto and hadn't paid much attention to it, now he had begun to seriously weigh the pros and cons. However, as a monarch, Nicholas I would not easily make a decision about national policy based solely on his son's words. He thought for a moment and said, "Your analysis makes some sense, but the specific policies the empire should implement still need to be discussed with the senior ministers before a conclusion can be reached. Do not reveal today's conversation. You are still young, and it is best not to express your opinions in public. I also need to consider this carefully." "I understand, Father," Alexander nodded knowingly, and the conversation between father and son regarding Greece came to a complete end. Following this conversation, news from the Near East continued to arrive, confirming that Greece and the Ottoman Empire had completely ended the state of war and that Greece had received support from Britain, Austria, and other countries. Nicholas I then convened another meeting with his key ministers. After this meeting, Nicholas I ordered the troops on the Ukrainian front to disarm and withdraw from the front lines, demonstrating his resolve through concrete action. Furthermore, to Otto's surprise, the envoy returning from St. Petersburg brought back a letter from Alexander, expressing his deep appreciation for the beautiful scenery of Greece and his intention to visit Greece for a future vacation. Otto was unaware of the future Tsar of Russia's intentions, but he knew it was Russia expressing goodwill, signifying the end of tense relations between the two countries and that Greece had weathered its greatest crisis. Therefore, Otto didn't hesitate to write a reply himself, welcoming Alexander to visit at any time and promising to greet him with the highest honors. Besides replying to Alexander, Otto also wrote to his fiancée, Alexandra Nikolaevna, enclosing small gifts. Since their last meeting in St. Petersburg to confirm their engagement, Otto had written to her every month. Gradually, Otto became pen pals with a girl, who is now 14 years old. They shared interesting things that happened in their lives, or their opinions on art, music, and other topics. Otto found this relatively novel way of communicating quite interesting. Chapter 132 The Best Breakthrough Point. Recently, a large influx of newcomers has quietly appeared in Athens. Most of these people are well dressed and appear respectable. After inquiring, the residents of Athens learned that these people had come to take Greece's first large-scale civil service examination. Many Athenian residents had heard this news a while ago. Knowing that any Greek with a certain level of education and sufficient age could pass the exam and become a government official, residents who had previously been critical of the state's mandatory compulsory education system suddenly began to pay more attention to their children's studies. In many areas where compulsory education was implemented earlier, some families who originally planned to have their children stay home to help with chores after primary school graduation have started to grit their teeth and scrape together money to send their children to secondary school after seeing this news. A surge of enthusiasm for education has quietly swept through Greece, with its people gradually beginning to value their children's education, much like those in the Far Eastern empires. Within intellectual circles, this policy of determining future prospects through examinations has garnered immense support. While numerous restrictions exist, participation in demonstrations, protests against the government, and advocacy of local ethnic voices, which could potentially hinder their application for civil service positions, it doesn't prevent them from publicly praising the Greek government. This has also spurred many young students already enrolled in schools, where the already demanding curriculum is coupled with a rigorous examination system, monthly exams, semi-annual midterms, and annual finals. All exam results are publicly posted. Students who fail 3 times in a row are held back a year. If that fails, they are expelled. Even their grades are noted on their graduation certificates. All of this forces students to constantly push themselves. Now, for a brighter future, the atmosphere in schools is even more intense, with students everywhere studying late into the night. The vacancies and exam questions for this exam were determined by various departments. The recruitment primarily consists of low-level administrative staff and some mid-level positions. Most of the senior positions in the newly occupied territories had already been filled. Only a small number of positions were reserved to reward local forces willing to support Greater Hellenism and Greece during the war. These individuals were sent out, and not to serve in their home regions, to prevent the rise of local power. Otto didn't concern himself too much with the exams or interviews, intending to only check the results. Because Otto preferred promoting officials who got things done, this led to a performance-driven culture gradually forming in Greece. Compared to previous Greek policies, it's easy to imagine that the work in the newly occupied territories would be extremely demanding. The government now needed to recruit people who could get things done, and naturally wouldn't want to hire a bunch of old men who would only cause trouble. The Greek government now strictly enforces a system of linking authority with responsibility. If subordinates don't perform well, it means failing to complete tasks, resulting in accountability and affecting performance evaluations. Greece doesn't have temporary staff to fill in, and even lower-level officials are held accountable for incompetence. Therefore, everyone wants to hire capable people. Otto is currently focused on Greece's financial and economic situation. For the war, the government issued a large amount of war bonds, mostly paid for by the royal family's financial group, essentially putting a large sum of gold into the market. This has caused artificial inflation in Greece, with prices of most goods rising to varying degrees. If the war is lost, Greece will have to bear the consequences, and an economic crisis is expected. Fortunately, the war was won, and the territory expanded several times over. The domestic market naturally expanded significantly as well, and this extra capital was further distributed across the market. With market sharing, most prices began to decline slightly, and if it weren't for the impending war with Egypt and Tunisia, they would likely have a quickly return to pre-war levels. The royal family paid a heavy price for this Near East war, supporting the majority of the war funds. However, while the country benefited from the victory, the royal family's financial groups also profited greatly. For example, the government selling confiscated assets and mines is a profitable business, and the selling price is based on market value, requiring timely tax payments. However, the sellers and the sales methods always involve considerations of personal relationships. Furthermore, with King Otto in power, information such as which factories will receive orders, which railway lines will open, which properties will appreciate in value, and who will become important suppliers is transparent to the royal conglomerate. Therefore, with this war victory, the royal conglomerate can quietly amass wealth and reap rewards without increasing the burden on the people. This relatively advanced method of wealth accumulation by rulers in this era is something many shrewd royal families excel at. For example, the Orleans family's wealth continued to expand after Louis Philippe became king. Napoleon III, who later overthrew the Orleans family, also amassed hundreds of millions of francs for the Bonaparte family in a short period through his investments. After the establishment of the German Empire, the German royal family similarly amassed enormous wealth during Germany's Second Industrial Revolution through investments, bonds, and corporate shares. However, Otto was well aware that this vast fortune was also highly tied to his power. Once Otto lost the throne, such a huge fortune would naturally be confiscated by the new government and vanish in an instant. Napoleon III, the Tsarist family, and the German royal family are typical examples in history. It was precisely because Otto understood this that he continuously invested funds in Greece, contributing to the country's strength. Having also witnessed the fall of many 19th-century monarchies, Otto understood that to secure his throne, two things were crucial. First, he had to ensure proper distribution of wealth, stabilizing the lives of the lower classes and giving them hope for the future, otherwise, starving people would inevitably rebel. Second, he absolutely could not afford to lose in foreign wars, at least not in a major way that would threaten the very foundation of the nation, otherwise, the chain reaction would jeopardize his throne. In this respect, Napoleon III of the Franco-Prussian War, the German Empire, Austrian and Russian royal families after World War I, and the Sultan of the Ottoman Empire all serve as lessons. The Ottoman Sultan's rule was already precarious due to repeated defeats in the Near East. It was only with British support, the continued threat from Egypt, and the fact that Muhammad Ali's policies threatened the interests of local Ottoman powers, coupled with a shared sense of animosity among various domestic factions, that the Ottoman Empire itself was engulfed in war. Therefore, although the war in Tunisia was not considered a major war by contemporary Greek standards, Otto still attached great importance to it. Although Tunisia has a small land area, more than 80% of its land, except for some desert in the south, is fertile farmland. It also has many good ports, making it a very prosperous country and the best breakthrough point for Greece's North Africa strategy. Chapter 133 Unexpected Events and Collaborators in Central America. In the port of Tunisia, two French armed merchant ships were approaching the harbor with their sails half-flying. Colonel Liz, using his binoculars, observed the sun-drenched coastline through the porthole. A fortress stood on the shore, bustling with activity. He knew the Tunisians were fortifying it under the direction of French engineers. France had long established its North African strategy. Even now, with the acquisition of the Texas colony and the immense profits from North America shifting France's focus somewhat, it didn't mean France would abandon its North African ambitions. Tunisia was a territory the French had long coveted. If it weren't for the recurring uprisings in Algeria that hampered the French understanding that conquering North Africa would be a protracted process, France might have already demanded Tunisia from the Ottoman Empire. Even so, some within the French government already considered Tunisia there for the taking. Therefore, when news of the Ottoman Empire ceding Tunisia to Greece spread, it sparked calls for war against Greece within France. Of course, this timeline was different from the original. France, having increased its investment in Texas in North America, had seen its domestic army numbers decline to a dangerous level. Adding to this, France was preoccupied with another major matter, and the French military's proposal to occupy Tunisia directly before Greece was suppressed. Recently, news of King Ludwig of Bavaria vying for the Central American throne for his son had spread throughout Europe, drawing the attention of many nations to the region. This was something Otto hadn't anticipated. Central European countries hadn't initially paid much attention to news from Central America, and Otto, based on his assessment of the various power dynamics in Central America, believed that a monarchy was more suitable at this stage, which was why he advised Ludwig I to seek a way to become king of Central America. Ludwig I contacted several representatives from Central America who had come to Europe. After discussions and some haggling, a relatively amicable agreement was reached. As agreed, representatives of various powers in Central America would publicly announce the election of a king, and Ludwig I would then intervene to create a fait accompli before other countries could react. When Otto became king of Greece, he swiftly secured deals with England, France, and Russia, completing a private transaction with astonishing speed, leaving many prominent European families completely unaware. But somehow, this news had recently leaked and spread rapidly throughout Europe. Now, many European families were tempted. It's important to understand that European aristocratic royal families have risen and fallen frequently. Many nobles possessed the qualifications to be kings but didn't own any land. At the same time, many rulers didn't mind sending their non-heirs to Central America, even if it meant governing it like a colony. Although Central America was considered a barren land by these people, they were aware of its wealth during the Spanish colonial period. Previously, no one cared about the rebellions in Central America because there was no benefit in intervening. Rulers of that era wouldn't bother to quell rebellions simply for the sake of protecting their white compatriots or the church. But now, with the possibility of directly ruling Central America, the previously ignored Central American representatives suddenly became highly sought after. King Louis Philippe of France, fresh from his great success in North America, acted the fastest. Taking advantage of Ludwig's momentary lapse in attention, the French secretly invited these people to France and simultaneously sent envoys to Central America. The French envoys stated that France could help stabilize the Central American Federation, but only if the church and local powers supported Louis Philippe's youngest son, the Duke of Nemours, as king of the Federation. Otto's plan, intended to benefit his own family, ironically shifted France's focus to North America, making the Americas even more important to the French, who had recently been preoccupied with colonial expansion. The allure of Central America for France diminished Tunisia's importance, causing Otto's initial plan to fail, but also bringing unexpected benefits. For the representatives of Central America, the European power of France was far more influential than that of the Kingdom of Bavaria. With French support, they had no need to fear the indigenous rebels within their borders, nor did they care about the current president. Thus, these representatives quickly switched sides. The matter then became completely beyond the control of the Kingdom of Bavaria. In February 1840, France directly announced the results of its negotiations with the Central American representatives. Ludwig I could only choose to appease his third son, while Louis Bold, who had little motivation to become king in a remote and undeveloped land, was secretly delighted. Seeing their old rival, France, having already secured Texas in North America, now extending its reach into Central America, the British, fearing France's continued expansionist ambitions and its potential impact on British control of South America, openly opposed the move. Within days, this issue became a new hot topic in Europe. Louis Philippe, already mobilizing his army and gathering supplies to secure the Central American throne for his youngest son, had no resources left to send troops to Tunisia. However, wanting to cause trouble for Greece, France still provided considerable support to Tunisia, including selling a batch of second-hand firearms and artillery and sending personnel to help Tunisians strengthen their defenses. The British discovered the French's subtle activities in Tunisia and even sent envoys to inform Greece, inquiring whether Greece needed assistance from the Royal Navy. Palmerston stated that Britain and Greece were currently discussing how to help the Ottoman Empire defend against Egypt, and the two sides could be considered allies. Otto, however, was well aware of the British's consistent behavior towards allies and remained extremely wary of Britain. He worried that this would give Britain an opportunity to intervene in Tunisia and was unwilling to concede in negotiations regarding the division of interests in Egypt. Therefore, he unhesitatingly stated that Greece could resolve the Tunisian issue on its own, and that as long as the division of interests was agreed upon, Greece would send expeditionary troops to the Egyptian front as stipulated. After declining Palmerston's offer, Otto received a guest from North Africa, a young man with distinctly Arab features. "Kazis greets your majesty. On behalf of my father, I extend my sincere greetings and wish you a long and healthy life. Mr. Kazis, welcome to Athens." Otto returned the greeting with a smile. "Your majesty, your valor has impressed me greatly. On behalf of my father, I have brought you some gifts, and I hope you will appreciate them." Kazis knew that this young king would soon determine the fate of their tribe. Before arriving in Athens, his father had repeatedly emphasized the need for him to show sufficient respect. A waiter presented Otto with a gift list, which he glanced at and noticed that besides some jewelry, there were also slaves, more than 50 in total, mostly Greeks, with some Italians as well. Otto's eyes flickered. He knew that the system of slavery still existed among the tribes living in Tunisia at that time, and these Greek slaves were mostly the spoils of the barbarian pirates. He simply couldn't understand why these tribes considered sending slaves of their own people a symbol of friendship. Shouldn't it have been a provocative act? Otto's eyes flickered slightly, and he smiled faintly at Kazis, saying, "Please thank your father for me, this will be the beginning of our good cooperation." Kazis immediately bowed slightly and said, "It is our honor, your majesty." Nodding, Otto continued, "I think you and your father understand what I mean. What is your decision?" "My father, Rostam, is very willing to cooperate with your majesty to jointly maintain peace and stability in Tunisia, Kazis said loudly. Ahmed, that despicable fellow, is just like his father, a heartless scoundrel. If your majesty can grant your promise, requiring only the submission of Tunisia and the Tunisian people, my father is willing to be the sharpest knife in your hand. The power dynamics in Tunisia are complex. Otto knew that as the leader of the largest local tribe in Tunisia, his opponent's father would certainly not be willing to be suppressed by Ahmed, only that he hadn't been able to defeat him before. Moreover, since 1830, the government led by Ahmed had carried out so-called reforms, constantly introducing foreign investment into Tunisia, which had also damaged the interests of many local Tunisian tribes. It wouldn't be difficult to win them over. Please rest assured on this point. I only need the surrounding areas of Tunisia as a foothold to maintain our country's trade routes in the Mediterranean. At the same time, I am also aware that most of Tunisia is not suitable for management by Greece, an outsider. I need a stable Tunisia. As long as His Majesty Rostam can guarantee the freedom of Greek trade and investment in Tunisia, Greece will not interfere excessively in Tunisia's internal problems. Otto made his promise to the other party with a serious tone, but in his heart he knew that at this stage, Greece's goal was indeed that a port in Tunisia would be sufficient. Greece, having just annexed the Balkans, was already feeling the pinch. Tunisia wasn't part of the Balkan Peninsula either. Although the local tribes were all outwardly white, their ethnicities and beliefs were vastly different from the Greeks, leaving Greece with no foothold. Otto planned to use the port of Tunisia and the surrounding area as a base to nominally rule the region, while other areas could be handed over to the locals initially. Now that both sides have reached an agreement on the terms, the next step is to see what each side can offer. So, how many men can you mobilize? My father has already contacted supporters within the country. With his prestige, he can quickly assemble a large army. However, a hastily assembled army lacks sufficient weapons. Ahmed's royal guard is well equipped, which will put us in a difficult position. Well equipped. Otto raised an eyebrow, not commenting much on this statement. After a moment's thought, he said, I can provide you with 5,000 flintlock muskets and 8 cannons. There are still quite a few old firearms and artillery pieces that have been phased out domestically. Refurbishing them and sending them over wouldn't be a problem. If the other side could establish a strong presence, it would pose a significant internal threat to Ahmed, creating favorable conditions for the Greek army's amphibious landing. Ahmed's supposedly superior equipment would then allow him to dominate North Africa. According to Otto's intelligence, only a portion of Ahmed's elite troops were equipped with flintlock muskets. The majority of his army used matchlock muskets, essentially placing him on par with, or even worse than, the Ottoman army. Kazis hadn't expected Otto to be so generous and immediately bowed, saying, Your generosity moves me, Your Majesty. With these weapons, my father will surely be able to help you pacify the Tunisian region. At this point, Kazis was convinced of Greece's sincerity. They were providing weapons free of charge. What more could be said? Although he might have to outwardly obey Greece's commands in the future, Greece seemed only interested in the Tunisian ports, and his own tribe would then be the true rulers of the region. Watching Kazis leave, Otto knew that the cooperation between the two sides was only temporary, and it was hard to say how long the superficial peace would last after Ahmed was eliminated. Not only Otto himself, but the other side will definitely have the same idea of wanting more after getting what they want. However, at this stage, it is enough to just buy some time so that Greece can solve the problem of fighting Egypt first. Chapter 134 Immigration Considerations. Your Majesty, I am not questioning your decision, but as your intelligence chief, I have an obligation to offer my suggestions. I have previously learned about Rostam, Kazis' father. He is an extremely greedy and ambitious man. Rostam's tribe was already one of the most powerful in southern Tunisia, which is why Ahmed is wary of and suppressing them. It seems we are providing him with too much support now. Regardless of whether he will keep his promises, once Ahmed is overthrown, his power will expand further. What if he has even greater ambitions and colludes with other forces? After Kazis left, Bruno, the intelligence chief who had been observing the entire scene, spoke up. Should I have someone keep an eye on Rostam and Kazis? Thank you very much for your suggestion, Bruno. It lets me know that the decision to appoint you as head of intelligence was the right one. However, I have never trusted them either. Otto said with a smile, I remember you mentioned in your previous intelligence report that Rostam betrayed his father, launched a coup, and seized the position of tribal chief. How could such a person be trusted? Bruno seized the opportunity and said, "Then your majesty, I will arrange the personnel now." However, the intelligence department in Tunisia is just starting out. It is not a key area for the intelligence department's deployment, and it may take some time to operate. In fact, the Royal Consortium's intelligence department in Tunisia only has a dozen or so people. After all, the intelligence department's strategic deployment in North Africa can be said to be at the bottom. Otto was well aware of this. He hadn't actually placed much importance on North Africa before, or rather, his initial strategic plans didn't include taking Tunisia in this war against the Ottomans. However, the Ottoman Empire's new army was less effective than anticipated, and the Balkan campaign had been far too successful. The Ottoman Empire suffered successive defeats, caught in a pincer movement between Greece and Egypt, with Greek forces constantly threatening Istanbul. At this point, it's no wonder Otto suddenly decided to raise the price. Of course, if Tunisia hadn't already achieved de facto independence, it would have held almost no real value for the Ottoman Empire. Britain also wanted to use Greece to counterbalance French expansion in North Africa, and the new Ottoman Sultan, Mejid, wouldn't agree so quickly. There's no need to rush the establishment of intelligence outposts in Tunisia. Proceed step by step, and the key is to ensure security. Otto thought for a moment and then said, "According to the British, we are to participate in this war against Egypt. Even though the Russian troops on the front lines are gradually withdrawing, we still need to ensure that there are sufficient troops on the border as a precaution. Therefore, for this campaign to pacify Tunisia, we can only allocate one division. It won't be difficult for one division to defeat Ahmed and his army and seize the area around Tunisian ports. The key is that Tunisia is not the Balkans. We have no base there. The people living there share nothing in common with us in terms of language, culture, and beliefs. A single division is certainly not enough to completely resolve the Tunisian problem. Using Rostam's strength to temporarily stabilize Tunisia is a stopgap measure. We can consider these matters after dealing with the Egyptians. I don't want our army to be bogged down in a quagmire like the French did in Algeria. We can gradually place intelligence agents around the local leaders, but we must first gather comprehensive data on Tunisia's terrain, roads, water sources, population distribution, and so on. Please rest assured, Your Majesty, I will arrange it immediately." Bruno agreed, then asked, "And what about the slaves that Kazes sent? These people are, after all, our compatriots. First, we need to confirm whether they have relatives in the country. If they do, we'll help them contact them. If not, we'll arrange for them to go to the Unemployment Assistance Center." The Unemployment Assistance Center is an institution proposed by Otto, mainly to provide assistance to the unemployed and impoverished in the city, offering accommodation and simple meals twice a day, providing skills training for those without job skills, and helping them find work. Of course, none of this is free. Once these people find work, their rent and meal expenses will be deducted from their future wages. Unless they are truly disabled and unable to work, or orphans and the elderly, they will be sent to welfare institutions. Anyone who tries to freeload here in the long term will be forcibly sent to road construction or mining. Otto will not allow able-bodied adults to eat and drink for free. After Bruno left, Otto was still considering his strategy in Tunisia. His initial plan was to use the port of Tunisia as a base to attract immigrants. Once a foothold was established, he could then proceed with assimilation policies. In the short term, Tunisia would be considered a colony, but given its proximity to the mainland, rapid assimilation was crucial. A key aspect of this was getting the locals to learn Greek. Changing their faith would undoubtedly present numerous difficulties. In the end, the problem will most likely have to be solved by force, and we might even have to face counterinsurgency operations to clear out most of the original inhabitants, Otto thought. In that case, we'd need to deploy at least 3 divisions there, and we'd also need to relocate people there. The thought of immigration gave Otto an even bigger headache. There were simply too few Greeks. There were only a few million Greeks worldwide, with 3 to 4 million concentrated in the Balkans. There were also some Greek settlements on the islands of the Mediterranean, in Asia Minor, and in Italy, but the overall number was not large. Such a population size was insufficient to support a major power, so from the outset, Otto sought to expand the concept of the Greeks, emphasizing the national identity and collectivism, strengthening cultural, linguistic, and religious identity, downplaying lineage, and suppressing individualism. To this end, Otto consistently cooperated with the church, and even refrained from forcing the abolition of the tithe. instead directing the funds for specific purposes. These funds were used to build churches in various locations or as rewards for church missionary work and educational assistance, distributed to clergy working in local areas to encourage church support for the assimilation policy. Meanwhile, Otto also employed various tricks. In the newly occupied Balkans, anyone who could speak a few words of Greek and was willing to identify as Greek could enjoy exemptions from poll tax and agricultural tax reductions. He was well aware that the prevailing nationalism of the time was mainly spreading among the middle and upper classes, not yet penetrating to the grassroots. The lower classes did not yet have a clear understanding of their nation and country. The lower classes were also pragmatic. Since becoming Greek offered tangible benefits, they would naturally rush to declare themselves Greek, rather than Serbian, Bulgarian, or something similar. Furthermore, if you claim not to be Greek, you are ineligible to take the civil service exam or enter the government, and face numerous hidden restrictions, making you a prime target for suppression by local governments. Consequently, both the lower classes and the middle and upper classes, for their own future and regardless of their true intentions, will inevitably claim to be Greek if they want to gain tangible benefits and ensure their family's prosperity. As for the small number of diehards, they will eventually succumb to economic and political pressure over time. Therefore, according to Otto's estimates, coupled with Greece's current assimilation policy and basic education, within a maximum of 10 years, the vast majority of the more than 10 million people in the Balkans will become Greek. Even so, this population is still insufficient. The Balkans' population of just over 10 million cannot meet the demands of industrial development. The Balkans need at least 20 million people to barely complete initial industrialization, and ideally, 30 to 40 million. As a result, Greece, both domestically and in its colonies, is currently facing a labor shortage. Therefore, it is necessary to continue recruiting immigrants and laborers from various regions. Regions like Germany and Italy, which have always been overpopulated, can be a good source of laborers and immigrants. Furthermore, immigrants from the Far East, besides going to the colonies, also need to contribute some to the homeland. Otto's choice to immigrate from the Far East was not solely due to his past life's emotions, but also because European immigrants simply could not meet the needs of the rapid development of both the homeland and the colonies. The situation was relatively stable on the mainland, but Central and Southern Africa, a region of paramount importance to Otto, was now considered a death trap by most Europeans. Unless survival was impossible, no one wanted to go there. Opportunities like an economic crisis were rare, occurring only about once every 10 years. European immigration couldn't meet the colony's enormous population demands, and accepting African natives was out of the question. Chinese immigrants from the Far Eastern empires became the best option. Recruiting Chinese immigrants from the Far East to the mainland was economically prohibitive, costing enormous sums. It was much cheaper to recruit immigrants from Europe to support the development of the Balkans. Prime Minister Sanos suggested this to Otto after learning of his plans to recruit a large number of immigrants from the Far East. Even Prime Minister Sanos suggested that if Otto felt he had too much money to spend and wanted to be a sucker, he should donate it to the government, which was currently facing severe financial difficulties. But Otto, with his hindsight, understood that he had to spend this money, not because he was a Far Eastern Empire citizen in his previous life, but for the future of Greece. Currently, Far Eastern immigrants make up more than a quarter of Greece's colonies in Central and Southern Africa. This is due to the recent economic crisis, which led to a large influx of European immigrants to the colonies. Previously, Chinese immigrants already comprised nearly half of the African colonies, and white immigrants made up less than 30% of the North American colonies. While the proportion of European immigrants has somewhat shifted back due to the economic crisis, the proportion of Chinese immigrants will undoubtedly continue to increase over time. According to the colonial policy of ethnic integration, the colonies will inevitably see a large number of mixed-race individuals in the future, and the entire nation will be predominantly composed of mixed-race people. Under this premise, if the native population cannot accept the concept that these mixed-race people are also part of the nation, the colonies risk future division. Simply promoting this idea is insufficient. The key is to ensure that the native population also has a significant mixed-race population, at least close to a quarter. With everyone's daily lives integrated, and neighbors and friends of mixed race, it becomes impossible to deny that the predominantly mixed-race colony population is not one of their own. Then, through education, propaganda, and a multi-pronged approach of various policies, the underlying problems can be fundamentally resolved. This is a long-term project. According to Otto's plan, achieving this will require at least 50 years and 3 or 4 generations to see results. Otto even considered setting an example for the royal family, suggesting that in a future crucial moment, 1 or 2 members of the royal family marry a Chinese woman. As for family background, which Far Eastern Empire hadn't had a distinguished lineage? Double-check the family tree, promote it domestically, and a family with a history spanning hundreds or thousands of years would at least save face. Even if other countries mocked it, compared to stabilizing the overall situation domestically, it was nothing. As long as Greece became strong, other countries would only have the obligation to curry favor with it. Chapter 135 Dispute Resolution. Considering the fundamental national policy regarding future immigration, Otto wrote down several key points and then convened a cabinet meeting to refine them into various policies for nationwide implementation. While Otto was formulating Greece's national policy for the next century, negotiations between representatives of Greece, Britain, and the Ottoman Empire regarding Egypt were also underway in Istanbul. Don't you think Greece's demands are too high? Palmerston, representing the UK, said to Foreign Secretary Aubries. The Sinai Peninsula, Palestine, and the Kingdom of Hejaz, these regions combined cover over 200,000 square kilometers. If that's truly the case, Greece might as well lead its own army to confront Ali's forces. Please calm down, Your Excellency Palmerston, Aubries said slowly. According to our previous agreement, Muhammad Ali must be punished. To prevent his ambitions from growing further, your country proposed that Egypt relinquish Crete, Syria, the Arabian Peninsula, and other regions, and guarantee annual tribute to the Ottoman Empire. We support these conditions. Your country has also stated that it does not seek Egyptian land. The regions we are demanding comprise roughly half of all our claims. Considering the efforts we will have to make in the upcoming war against Egypt, these demands are entirely reasonable. That only sounds reasonable, the Ottoman foreign minister said solemnly. The places currently occupied by Egypt were once our territory. We will not agree to any Greek demands except for Crete. If the Ottoman Empire were capable of retaking these territories, I wouldn't be standing here. As far as I know, Ibrahim's army is currently in the Ankara region, threatening Istanbul's security. I'd like to see how you plan to drive him out without our help. Aubries looked at the Ottoman foreign minister with disdain. The empire currently has over 200,000 troops on the front lines, while Ibrahim's entire army numbers less than 100,000. It's only a matter of time before they are wiped out by the empire's army. The Ottoman foreign minister's eyes blazed with anger. In his view, if it weren't for Greece taking advantage of the situation, the Ottoman Empire wouldn't be in such a passive position. 200,000 troops? Apart from the prisoners we released, the rest of the army is just a hastily assembled rabble. They'd probably collapse in a single charge. If it weren't for the need to defend against the Russians, our northern legions would have already crushed your Greek army. How would we crush them? By making them kneel on the ground and surrender like those prisoners in the Macedonian legion? Although Ottoman's foreign minister also wanted to say that the northern legions were stronger than the Macedonian legion, not only on paper in terms of numbers and combat power, but also because they were given greater importance, their equipment and food shortages were naturally far less severe than those of the Macedonian legion. The Greeks were able to defeat the Macedonian legion largely because many of its soldiers came from the Balkans, compared to the much higher proportion of Turks in the northern legion. The Macedonian legion was also far more corrupt than the northern legion, with outdated equipment, insufficient supplies, and low morale. Soldiers from the Balkans were generally unwilling to fight for the Ottoman Empire, especially against Greece. Due to Greek propaganda and infiltration that discouraged them from opposing the Ottomans and Greece. However, on the surface, the Macedonian legion was tasked with defending against Austria within the Ottoman army. If Austria were to launch an offensive, the Macedonian regiment would be immediately deployed to the Belgrade front. Also a frontline regiment of the Ottoman Empire, it was, on paper, no weaker than the northern regiment stationed on the Russian border, except for its slightly smaller numbers. If the Macedonian regiment's strength matched its apparent capabilities, and if its soldiers fought bravely, Greece would pay a heavy price even if it defeated them. Nearly a third of the Macedonian regiment's soldiers captured by Greece had become Greek citizens before being released to the Ottoman Empire. However, the fact that the Macedonian regiment was easily defeated left the Ottoman Empire lacking confidence. Alright, the war in the Balkans is over, and now we are allies about to fight together. Similar arguments had been going on for over a month, with neither Greece nor the Ottoman Empire backing down, and Palmerston was growing impatient. He knew that if he didn't intervene, the argument between Greece and the Ottomans could go on forever, so Palmerston decisively said, "Greece is asking for too much, the Hejaz region cannot be handed over to Greece," Palmerston said sternly, staring at Abraham. This is also Britain's stance. Seeing Palmerston's resolute attitude, Abraham knew he had to make some concessions. In that case, besides Crete, the Sinai Peninsula, and Palestine, my country also demands the Transjordanian region. Don't forget, although the Sinai Peninsula covers 60,000 square kilometers, apart from a few oases, it's mostly desert, practically barren. The economies and populations of Palestine and Transjordan are far inferior to those of Syria, Lebanon, and Aleppo. From an overall value perspective, the benefits the Ottoman Empire can gain through this war far exceed those of our country. This is already our greatest sincerity. Agreed. Before the Ottoman Empire could object, Palmerston nodded in agreement, directly helping the Ottoman Empire make its decision. If things had gone according to the initial plan, Palmerston would not have agreed to Greece's demands for Palestine and Transjordan. As for the Sinai Peninsula, he didn't care, because there was indeed nothing there except sand. Greece has gained far too much from this Near East war, and according to his intelligence, Greece has even sent envoys to Russia to ease tensions between the two countries. This is contrary to his initial plan. Palmerston's initial plan was to test Greece, making it understand that it must closely follow Britain's strategic deployment. But now Palmerston is considering not only how much Greece will gain from this war, but also the situation in the surrounding Near East afterward. If Greece occupies the Sinai Peninsula and the adjacent Palestinian and Transjordanian regions, then Greece will have a direct border with Egypt. After this war, Egypt will certainly not maintain a friendly attitude towards Greece, and France, which now controls Egypt, will not be friendly either. This will benefit Britain's ability to exert influence over Egypt, while the increased pressure on Greece's defense will inevitably increase Greece's dependence on Britain. Greece may gain enormous benefits from this series of Near Eastern wars, but its relations with neighboring countries are unlikely to remain friendly. Despite Greece's strong push for peace with Russia, Palmerston believed the Russian Empire would not relinquish its ambitions in the Balkans. Austria's current strategic focus was primarily on Germany and Italy, and it did not consider Greece its greatest adversary. This did not mean Austria had no designs on the Balkans. By agreeing to Greece's demands for Tunisia and joining forces with Britain to attack Egypt, Greece had significantly offended the French, and the repercussions of this backlash were only beginning to emerge. King Otto I of Greece was indeed ambitious and capable, astutely seizing the immense opportunity presented by the Near Eastern wars. Greece's national strength would undoubtedly see a significant boost. However, the situation surrounding Greece deteriorated drastically after this war. Even if Russia could be temporarily stabilized, Greece's ever-growing Greater Hellenism would undoubtedly have designs on Constantinople, making it difficult for Greece and Russia to maintain a friendly relationship in the long term. Coupled with the current conflict with the Ottoman Empire and the potential contradictions with Austria, Greece's future is completely surrounded by enemies. After this war with Egypt, Egypt will also become an enemy of Greece. Isolated and without support, Greece is destined to have no choice but to align itself with Britain and become a pawn in Britain's strategic layout in the Mediterranean region. Furthermore, Greece's occupation of these lands separated the Ottoman Empire and Egypt on land, minimizing Egypt's threat to the Ottoman Empire and allowing it to focus its main efforts on resisting Greece and Russia. It can be said that although this Near Eastern war did not develop as Palmerston had anticipated, Britain still achieved its objectives. It suppressed Egypt, which was aligned with France, and potentially seized the Egyptian economic interests from the French in the future, turning Egypt into a dumping ground for British products, while simultaneously preventing the Russian Empire from further expanding its influence into the Mediterranean. Of course, as Britain's old rival, France has not stopped. Palmerston wants to reach an agreement as soon as possible, solve the Egyptian problem as early as possible, and respond to France's new challenges in the Americas. In this war against Egypt, France has always supported Egypt diplomatically, and has even made a gesture that it may send troops to help Egypt. But Palmerston knew that France would not directly send troops. First, Britain has gained more support or acquiescence. The fear that Napoleon brought to European countries has not dissipated, and countries are still very wary of France. Secondly, France also received sufficient cotton supply from Texas, so Egypt's importance to France declined. Thirdly, France is not willing to go to war directly with Britain, or in other words, both Britain and France are trying their best to avoid direct war between the two countries. This is evident from their actions. France has decided to send an expeditionary force to the Federal Republic of Central America, intending to expand its interests in the Americas, which means the likelihood of France intervening in Egypt is extremely low. Britain, similarly, is unwilling to see France continue to expand its influence in the Americas. South of the Federal Republic of Central America lies South America, and the Americas today are not the Americas that the Americans claim to be, which belong to the Americans. On the contrary, Britain has substantial interests in South America. Most of the current rulers in South America are comprador classes cultivated by Britain, and British goods are flooding South American countries. Previously, France occupied Texas, and Britain tacitly approved, aiming to contain the Americans. Although Britain had extensive economic cooperation with the U.S., it wasn't unaware of the potential American threat. Creating conflict between the U.S. and France in North America was a viable option, but Britain was absolutely unwilling to see the French continue expanding their influence in the Americas. Like France, Britain at this time had numerous colonies to maintain, was engaged in war in Afghanistan, and was preparing to deploy its Mediterranean Navy in a ground force to Egypt. Even recently, the British Parliament has proposed launching a war against the Far Eastern Empire. These actions have also drained Britain's resources. Now, Palmerston is considering ending the war in the Near East as soon as possible so that Britain can have enough energy to deal with the French challenge in the Americas. Initially, the Ottoman Empire was unwilling to involve Greece in the fight against Egypt. In Mejid I's view, British involvement alone would be enough to deal with Egypt. However, Britain wanted to achieve its goals with less effort and also distrusted the Ottoman army. The Ottoman Empire's performance in previous wars was truly appalling, leading Britain to doubt its ability to defeat Egypt. Greece pledged to send 50,000 troops, and without British coordination, they might have directly engaged the Ottoman army. However, Greece's involvement would help to quickly defeat Egypt, allowing Britain to accelerate its expansion in the Americas. Palmerston didn't believe the Central American natives could cause much trouble for the French army, especially with the support of numerous local Central American forces. Britain was already secretly providing weapons and supplies to the natives of the Central American Federation, and at the same time, the war against Egypt needed to end quickly so that Britain could free up its resources for strategic deployment. After coordinating the negotiations, Palmerston began urging Greece to send troops as soon as possible, first having the Greek Navy cooperate with the British fleet to strike Egypt. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 136 The Final Ultimatum. Otto, of course, knew that Greece needed to cling to Britain at this time, at least for the initial development of the Balkans. Until Greece's national power reached a certain level, it would still have to appear as Britain's junior partner in most European diplomatic settings. This is why, in the pre-war negotiations with Egypt, Otto's bottom line for Abraham was the acquisition of Crete and the Sinai Peninsula. As a newly established nation, Greece had a truly small population, making each Greek extremely precious. Crete, in particular, had a long history of being controlled by rising regional powers. With the rise of modern nationalism, the Greek-speaking Cretans could be culturally classified as Greeks and were eager to merge with Greece, which shared the same language and culture. Given such favorable natural conditions, Otto was bound to seize this excellent opportunity to reclaim the island of Crete. The Sinai Peninsula, a small peninsula connecting the African continent and the Arabian Peninsula, is indeed a desert with few special resources. Due to the lack of water resources, its total population is only 20 to 30,000, making it a truly barren land. However, Otto, as a man of later generations, knew that this was also where the Suez Canal was located. Controlling this area was equivalent to controlling the future of the Suez Canal. The importance of the Suez Canal needs no further explanation. Along with Gibraltar, the Strait of Malacca, and the Panama Canal, the Suez Canal is a key maritime node capable of influencing the world order. From a future perspective, these key maritime nodes are the most powerful support for gaining world dominance. If the Suez Canal were opened, not only would the toll revenues be immense, but the benefits to Greece's development would be clear even on a map. The sea voyages transporting immigrants from the Far Eastern Empire to the mainland, and the distances from the mainland to its East African colonies could be shortened by more than half. Currently, few people want to develop the Suez Canal. Historically, the French planned to develop it more than a decade later, and navigation wouldn't be possible for another 30 years. Otto, who occupied the Sinai Peninsula, also didn't intend to develop the Suez Canal now, because he knew very well that Greece's current strength was insufficient to guarantee control over it. Therefore, it was best to wait until Greece's strength was comparable to that of the major powers, its national power was sufficient to support the protection of these enormous interests, and its rule over the Sinai Peninsula was sufficiently stable before considering development. Thus, apart from Crete and the Sinai Peninsula, the other conditions Greece proposed in the negotiations were merely exaggerations, used to bargain and secure better terms. Otto also understood that while Britain had tolerated Greece's acquisition of the Balkans and Tunisia, its vigilance towards Greece was increasing, and it certainly did not want to see Greece's territory continue to expand. Otto's plan was to negotiate for a while longer, making small concessions to secure more low-interest loans or even subsidies from Britain to alleviate the Greek government's financial pressure. However, Palmerston wanted a quick result and completed the partition with a tough stance. France's constant meddling made Palmerston unwilling to continue dragging things out. Otto's desire for more subsidies failed, but the additional acquisition of Palestine and Transjordan was a pleasant surprise. Fortunately, with the British government's assistance, the Greek government also secured a low-interest loan of £2 million. In return, Greece ordered a large quantity of machinery and equipment from Britain and hired British engineers. Over the past 6 years, Otto has built a relatively small but comprehensive industrial zone in the port of Piraeus. Industrial development at that time was still in its early stages, not as complex and specialized as later industries, and the supply chains were relatively short. Therefore, the industrial zone in Piraeus was quite comprehensive and capable of producing various types of machinery and equipment for the era. However, the industrial zone itself was limited in size and insufficient to meet the needs of Greece's future development. It merely satisfied the basic question of whether it existed or not. With Greece's territory expanding significantly, the industrial zone in the port of Piraeus can no longer meet the surge in demand for various types of machinery. Until the expansion of new industrial zones is completed, importing from other countries has become the only option. Currently, only the UK and France have the capacity to supply the necessary machinery, with the UK offering higher quality equipment. Even though the price is slightly higher, considering the low-interest loans provided by the UK at only 4.6%, which is remarkably low for this era, price is not an issue. With these loans, the government can plan industrial zones in the newly occupied territories, finally giving the long-sought-after state-owned heavy industry a chance to materialize. As for management issues, adjustments can be made gradually during operation, accumulating experience. Following the agreement reached between Britain, Greece, and the Ottoman Empire, Muhammad Ali quickly received a final ultimatum orchestrated by Palmerston. In this ultimatum, Palmerston promised to guarantee Ali's hereditary rule over Egypt and his lifelong administration of Iraq, but demanded the immediate withdrawal of Egyptian troops. Egypt was also required to relinquish its territories in Crete, Syria, and the Arabian Peninsula, and guarantee annual tribute to the Ottoman Empire. If Ali did not accept this ultimatum within 10 days, he would be stripped of his rule over Egypt. If he did not accept the treaty within 20 days, he would be stripped of all rights, and the Allied powers would form a coalition to destroy Egypt. Historically, this final ultimatum was issued jointly by Britain, Russia, Prussia, Austria, and the Ottoman Empire. However, the situation had changed. Russia, Prussia, and Austria only diplomatically supported Britain's position and did not jointly issue the ultimatum. After the ultimatum was issued, British and Greek armies awaited orders, while the Ottoman Empire's troops on the front lines remained inactive. This wasn't because Mejid I didn't want to counterattack. Rather, before reinforcements arrived, it was virtually impossible for the Ottoman Empire to reverse its decline on its own. Holding the current lines was already a feat. Ali's army was preoccupied with the enemy forces, preventing them from concentrating their strength to attack the Ottoman Empire's defenses. However, the Ottoman Empire's hastily assembled army was poorly organized, outdatedly equipped, and its morale was far from high. After the Northern Legion returned, due to concerns about Greece, Mejid I was forced to station a large number of elite troops in eastern Thrace, resulting in a limited overall strengthening of the Ottoman army at the front. Previous defeats made them hesitant to engage the Egyptian army in direct combat, and they could only barely maintain a foothold. Although Mejid I temporarily stabilized many ethnic minorities within the country through a royal decree, and even received praise from the British, his efforts were ultimately thwarted. The Times directly stated in its report, "This policy has had amazing effects, and it has greatly changed the British and French public's perception of the Ottoman Empire." However, in Otto's view, given the actual situation within the Ottoman Empire, equality among all ethnic groups was almost impossible to achieve, and the situation of the Ottoman Empire could not be fundamentally improved so quickly by a so-called imperial edict that had not yet been implemented. For a country to be strong, it must have a stable dominant ethnic group. Otto always placed the issue of assimilation and industrialization on an equal footing, in order to create a dominant ethnic group with a sufficient base. Otherwise, it would be like a family where members fight each other all the time. How could it develop properly? If Mejid's imperial edict to the Flower Hall had been implemented, it could have greatly alleviated the Ottoman ethnic issues. However, the key issue is that implementing the policy was not so simple, and given the Ottoman ruling class, it was impossible to truly achieve it. Chapter 137 Naval Battle Approaching. Now that Sultan Mejid I has just ascended the throne, he must face the prospect of national ruin following the defeat in the Near East. Only after signing a peace treaty with Greece did he manage to sacrificing much of his own territory to avert this imminent life-or-death crisis. Simultaneously, through British mediation, negotiations were initiated with Britain and Greece regarding Egypt. Now that the negotiations are complete, the new Sultan Mejid I of the Ottoman Empire can finally breathe a sigh of relief, as the pressing problem of Egypt is finally resolved. However, after seeing the territories Greece would receive, he couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. Mejid I knew very well that if Greece hadn't taken advantage of the situation, the Ottoman Empire would never be in its current predicament. If previous Ottoman sultans had always considered Russia their greatest enemy, then in the eyes of the new Sultan, Mejid I, Greece had risen to prominence and become the Ottoman Empire's mortal foe. Mejid I, who always treated his enemies with utmost respect, returned to his study and resumed his research on Greek materials. From the moment he ascended the throne, he ordered his intelligence department to continuously gather intelligence on Greece, and now he receives various reports about Greece daily. Through careful study of this intelligence, Mejid I gained a completely new understanding of the changes in Greek policy and economic development over the years. In his view, King Otto's policies were not particularly remarkable. They were simply tax reforms, promotion of agricultural development, establishment of factories to develop industry, and organization and training of a new style army. The only thing he couldn't understand was where Otto I got so much money. Mahmud I had invested a great deal of resources in training the new army, so Mejid I was well aware that the establishment of a modern army required a massive amount of funds. Greece's fiscal revenue simply couldn't support the more than 100,000 troops it had during the war with the Ottomans. If it relied solely on taxes, the Greek government would have gone bankrupt countless times over. As an empire spanning hundreds of years, the Ottoman Empire wasn't entirely without merit. Intelligence agencies discovered that the Greek royal family had repeatedly provided strong financial support to the Greek government. Considering Otto's businesses throughout Europe, even owning a department store in Istanbul, and the use of Venus's secret products, which had become a symbol of status and prestige in Europe, even Ottoman nobles began to emulate their European counterparts, purchasing and using these products and flaunting them in high-end settings. Mejid I had a fairly good idea of what was going on. He truly hadn't expected Otto to be willing to invest such a huge sum of royal wealth in the development of the country, which was completely contrary to current tradition. According to European tradition, a monarch who didn't use his power to levy exorbitant taxes and accumulate wealth for his family was already considered incorruptible, let alone invest his family fortune in the development of the country. Mejid I felt he had discovered the key point. Otto was no ordinary European monarch. He used the royal wealth to support the Greek army, and at the same time, the Greek victory brought him immense fame both at home and abroad. During Greece's expansion, the royal consortium also reaped substantial benefits, especially after this war victory, which brought them enormous profits and rich rewards in the new territories. In fact, it wasn't just Mejid I who noticed this. Many European countries took note, and much of the related intelligence was not a secret. Some felt Otto broke the rules, but many more saw him as a responsible monarch willing to contribute to the country, whose royal family benefited from the nation's development. Some scholars even argued that such a monarch was truly wise, arguing that instead of spending money on mistresses and lavish lifestyles, the ruling class should learn from Greece and use money to improve the lives of the people. This statement quickly drew considerable opposition, with many nobles publicly refuting it. They declared that such behavior only fostered laziness and a desire for unearned wealth. To achieve a better life, one must work hard. These ideological disputes are minor matters. The reality is that Greece's sudden rise has had a profound impact on the current European situation. With Greece's occupation of the Balkans, its core territory expanded by nearly 500,000 square kilometers, almost as large as France. Although the Balkans now have a small population of just over 10 million, it represents a new player in the European landscape, and the world is beginning to move in a completely different direction. Meanwhile, in the Ottoman Empire, the issuance of the Edict of the Flower Hall has sparked a surge in enlistment, with countless non-Muslims and ethnic minorities declaring their willingness to fight for the Ottoman Empire. Meanwhile, the large number of guerrillas appearing behind Egyptian lines also hindered the Egyptian army's advance. The Egyptian army relied mainly on land transport for supplies, but transportation between Egypt and the front lines was already poor, and Syria could not provide sufficient supplies. Large quantities of materials needed to be transported from mainland Egypt to the front. However, the terrible roads of the Sinai Peninsula restricted the movement of supplies, and coupled with the constant emergence of guerrillas in the rear, Ibrahim had already sensed unfavorable signs. In Ibrahim's eyes, those guerrillas caused even more trouble than the Ottoman army, and the British were like a sort of Damocles hanging over Egypt's head, forcing him to be constantly vigilant and praying that the British would not commit too many resources. Unlike his eldest son, Ibrahim, who still harbored a sliver of hope, Muhammad Ali, a shrewd politician, had long been convinced that Britain would definitely intervene heavily to help the Ottoman Empire. Ali had been preparing for this war for 10 years, and fortunately, there had been some good news so far. Russia was willing to send troops, but this was decisively rejected by the Ottoman Empire and Britain. Prussia and Austria had both expressed willingness to support Britain's position, but after confirming that they would not directly intervene militarily or even impose sanctions on Egypt, Ali believed his chances of victory were very high. In Ali's eyes, the Ottoman Empire was no longer a threat, it would crumble with a mere push from the Egyptian army. Currently, only Greece had indicated it would join Britain in the war. Compared to the previous conflict, where Egypt was targeted by a coalition of powers, its situation was much better this time, largely thanks to Ali's planning over the years. Ali believed Egypt had a strong chance of winning against only Britain, as Britain was unlikely to dedicate significant resources to aiding the Ottoman Empire. As for Greece, he had never considered it a threat. In Muhammad Ali's view, neither the British nor Greek armies were a concern, the key was defeating the British Navy. If Egypt could defeat the British Navy, the enormous war costs would force Britain to reconsider its position. Then, if Egypt was willing to offer certain economic concessions, such as selling cotton to the British, it could persuade Britain to accept the status quo, thereby pressuring the Ottoman Empire to negotiate peace and expanding Egypt's territory. The gains from this war might not meet his initial expectations, but it would be enough to completely alter the balance of power between Egypt and the Ottoman Empire. Egypt only needed to consolidate its gains, focus on development for a period, and then deliver a fatal blow to the Ottoman Empire in the next war, annexing it and fulfilling its long-held ambition. After reviewing his strategy in his mind and reading Palmerston's so-called final message, Ali declared firmly, if the British believe they can defeat Great Egypt and force it to submit, then let them try. He knew very well that Britain wouldn't listen to him unless he inflicted a heavy blow on them. A joint British and Greek naval fleet had already assembled in the Mediterranean. The British had deployed a fleet of 8 main warships, centered around 2 first-class battleships, while Greece had deployed 7 main warships, including 2 second-class battleships. The 2 fleets were assembled, preparing to head to Egyptian-controlled Beirut for a show of force. Egypt, not to be outdone, openly boasted 32 main warships and hundreds of light gunboats, including behemoths like the Mahmud, giving it a significant advantage over the Allied fleet on paper. Upon receiving information about the movements of the Anglo-Greek naval forces, Muhammad Ali immediately assembled his own fleet, preparing to attack. Countries closely monitoring the conflict in the Near East received the news immediately, and Thiers advised King Louis Philippe of France to send troops to aid Egypt. However, the situation in the Central American Federation was already severely diverting French attention, and the first batch of 7,000 French expeditionary troops had already boarded their ships. Compared to the benefits Central America could offer, Egypt was far less attractive. Aid to Egypt would mean clashing with Britain, and other major powers might also intervene, making the cost-benefit ratio too low. It was better to focus resources on Central America. Even within the military, few were willing to support Thiers' proposal to send troops, as they were well aware that with France's expedition to the Central American Federation, the number of troops remaining in France had dwindled to a dangerous 140,000. Sending troops to Egypt at this time could leave French forces unable to guarantee the safety of the French mainland, plunging France into peril. Furthermore, cotton from the Texas plantations was now being supplied to France in a steady stream, diminishing the importance of Egyptian cotton to France. After careful consideration, France decided to observe the development of the situation in Egypt. If Egypt were to fail, France could only help Egypt minimize its losses and protect its interests in Egypt through diplomatic means. Chapter 138 An Overwhelming War. In the vast ocean, even a massive fleet appears as but a drop in the ocean. At this moment, the joint British and Greek fleet drifted on the eastern Mediterranean. Vice Admiral Helmet, the fleet's commander, was dining in his flagship. A dozen or so dishes filled the table, intended for a single man. The British Navy's supplies were arguably the most comprehensive of the time, and the officers' meals were extremely extravagant, a practice later adopted by the Japanese Navy. As for the Greek Navy, Otto had kept a close eye on it from the beginning, otherwise, it might have followed the same path as the Japanese Navy. Otto was unwilling to cultivate a group of aristocratic soldiers. In May 1840, on the turbulent sea, Vice Admiral Helmet swayed as he drank his wine. In his view, this war was nothing more than a vacation. Even though the British fleet had just been defeated by the Egyptian fleet the previous year, both Britain itself and other powers believed that Britain had been caught off guard by the betrayal of the Ottoman Navy. Slightly intoxicated, Vice Admiral Helmet recalled the last naval battle against Egypt he had participated in, the Naval Battle of 1827. At the time, he was a second-class battleship commander, but in that battle, one of his ships sank a total of 20 Egyptian warships. The Egyptian Navy's artillery range and accuracy were pitiful, they were simply moving targets. Later, when cornered, they tried to use boarding maneuvers, but their ships were picked off one by one and fed to sharks. That battle brought him great benefits and earned him the position of commander of this operation against Egypt. He believed that this naval battle against Egypt would also become a glorious page in his military career. Unlike the relaxed British commander, Greek Vice Admiral Lewis was much more cautious. This was the first major battle for the Greek Navy since its formation, and Egypt clearly held the advantage, at least in terms of the number of its main battleships. Although intelligence indicated that the Egyptian Navy's artillery and manpower were inferior to their own, Lewis's had been making preparations with utmost care, fearing any oversight. The Greek Navy's resources were limited, and even a small loss would be painful for him. Just then, a messenger reported, "Your Excellency, a large number of enemy ships have been spotted in the distance." The British had spotted the Egyptian fleet first, and Vice Admiral Helmet ordered the British fleet to prepare, then had the messenger use flag signals to notify the Greek fleet. The British alert and the report of enemy sightings from his own lookouts arrived at Lewis's side almost simultaneously, and Lewis was dissatisfied with his men's slowness. From its inception, the Greek Navy had always aimed to emulate the British Navy. Otto believed that the goal could be set higher, even if the number of its fleet was unlikely to catch up with Britain within decades. The quality of its navy and its combat capabilities on a similar scale were still worth trying, and the Greek Navy had consistently strived in this direction. However, recent contact has made Naval Commander Lewis realize that the gap between the Greek Navy and the British Navy is comprehensive. The British instructors in Greece were not exaggerating, the Greek Navy still has a long way to go. As the sea breeze blew and the distance closed, both navies observed their respective enemies. Lowering his binoculars, Lewis immediately noticed the Egyptian Navy's weaknesses. Apart from its capital ships, although numerous, most of its other warships used 3 to 4 pound guns, and more than half of the capital ships had guns with a maximum caliber of only 10 to 12 pounds. With this firepower configuration, Greece was completely outmatched by its own warships. Its main battleships primarily used 32-pounder cannons, with auxiliary guns at 24-pounder, and even the smallest guns were 16-pounder long-barreled guns. In short, Just a few Greek main battleships could match the combined firepower of hundreds of Greek warships. Egypt may have learned from the lessons of the naval battles of over a decade ago and vigorously developed its navy, but its steel-making and artillery casting technologies were far inferior, making it difficult to catch up. Currently, the few heavy artillery pieces on the main Egyptian fleet are imported from Britain and France. Britain and France wouldn't easily export these heavy guns, especially given Egypt's financial situation and the need to maintain an army of over 100,000. This means that even the firepower of Egypt's first-class warships is inferior to that of Greece's third-class warships. Muhammad Ali, lacking sufficient understanding of naval warfare, clearly didn't realize that in naval warfare, no matter how large a warship is, without sufficient artillery, it's just a showpiece. Soon, Louis received signal flags from the British, instructing the fleet to form a line and prepare for battle. The combined fleet, primarily British, with Alouans lined up as instructed, joining the British fleet to meet the Egyptian fleet. The distance between the two sides steadily decreased. Leading the charge on the Egyptian side were rows of two-masted sailing ships. They were well aware of the disparity in firepower and therefore initially planned to engage the Egyptians rather than engage in long-range firefights. After several volleys, several Egyptian ships were sunk, and more than 10 were severely damaged. Seeing the Egyptian fleet closing the distance, many captains inquired whether they should increase their distance to fire. Helmut completely disregarded the Egyptian navy. In his view, his side had already seized the head of the ship and was unlikely to relinquish their advantage. The Egyptian warships charging towards them posed no threat whatsoever. The Egyptian twin-cone warships and light gunboats leading the charge were specially designed with few cannons. Their combat strategy relied on their lightness and speed to quickly approach the enemy warships and then use their light guns to directly kill the crew on the hull or deck. Egypt even brought a large number of large ships this time, each with only a dozen or so people. They also used speed to approach the enemy, and then boarded the ships for hand-to-hand combat using hooks, machetes, and kerosene they carried. This was actually a tactic used by the Barbary pirates back in the day, and it wasn't unfamiliar to the Joint Navy. After noticing this, Helmut chuckled and immediately ordered, "Tell all the captains, let those suicide bombers get close before attacking them. Don't let any escape. All main heavy artillery should be aimed at the Egyptian main fleet." In reality, the Egyptian ships charging ahead were nothing more than a suicide squad. Their tonnage could be dealt with by auxiliary artillery fire. Helmut's main concern was the Egyptian main fleet. At this moment, the main force of the Egyptian fleet encountered some operational problems. Before fully deploying into battle formation, they charged straight towards the Allied forces. Vice Admiral Helmut, noticing this, inwardly laughed at the Egyptian Navy's lack of discipline and, without hesitation, ordered again, "Tell the fleet to wait until the enemy ships are within range before firing." Naval warfare in this era relied heavily on broadside firepower, hence the saying headhunting, but these Egyptian suicide squads essentially only had 1 or 2 cannons mounted on their bows, charging and firing without hesitation. As a result, this volley of shells only created a splash around the Allied fleet, and then, with a hail of bullets, many more large and light gunboats sank. As the distance closed, the accuracy of the coalition's shelling increased, and the Egyptian warships hit, even those that didn't sink immediately, suffered severe damage. Lieutenant General Iris watched as Egyptian warships, one after another, were sent to the bottom to be fed by fish, yet they continued their relentless pursuit. He hadn't expected the Egyptian Navy to be so fanatical, even facing overwhelming odds. Their morale hadn't collapsed, far superior to the Barbary pirates he'd encountered before. In fact, the families of these Egyptian naval soldiers had already been captured by Ali and taken to Cairo. They had all been warned that if this naval battle failed, their families would be dried out to shreds. Muhammad Ali did indeed make Egypt stronger, but his oppressive rule was never popular, which made his rule in the Arabian Peninsula and even in Egypt itself not very stable. Now, with their loved ones' lives threatened, these Egyptian naval soldiers braved the gunfire, gritting their teeth as they relentlessly charged towards the Anglo-Greek naval alliance, and the battle grew increasingly fierce. "The enemy numbers are a bit too many," Lyrasis frowned, observing the battle. Despite their navy's considerable achievements so far, the enemy was truly insane. In their relentless assault, several ships, acting as suicide squads, had already approached their own warships. Upon receiving a question from his captain about whether to increase the distance, Lieutenant General Iris first consulted the British before ordering, "Continue firing, Maintain firepower density. Facing the main battleship, which was only a dozen meters away, the ship's carrying guns proved effective, a grape shot hitting its target precisely, instantly filling the main battleship with a layer of blood mist. Boom! A deafening roar followed as a shell landed in the cabin of an Egyptian first-class battleship, the explosion igniting the powder magazine and tearing the hull apart. As the distance closed, especially with the Egyptian Navy's main force opening fire from behind, the battle grew increasingly fierce. Helmu observed the battle. The Egyptian Navy had made some progress compared to 13 years ago, and the suicide ships had caused some trouble, but only trouble. Although the Egyptian fleet attacked the coalition fleet desperately, the damage they inflicted was negligible. This battle is over. Prepare to report back home and proceed with the next plan. Lyrasis, who was also observing the battlefield, put down his binoculars. The coalition fleet could unleash several tons of shells in a single salvo. The entire battle looked not much different from target practice. The gap in firepower and naval quality between the two sides could not be overcome by fighting desperately. After his failure more than a decade earlier, Muhammad Ali devoted himself to developing the navy, but his lack of understanding of naval warfare, coupled with Egypt's own shortcomings, left the seemingly powerful Egyptian fleet completely at a disadvantage when facing the Allied fleet. Louis no longer appreciated the enemy's suffering and instead turned his attention to observing the British Navy. Chapter 139 Artillery Barrage and Chaos. The naval battle lasted 4 hours, ending with a near annihilation of the Egyptian Navy. After some rest and regrouping, the combined fleet continued its march towards the Beirut coast. The Anglo-Greek combined fleet approached the Beirut coast at dawn, and perhaps due to favorable weather, a thick fog rose from the sea. So, despite having prior knowledge of the coalition's impending bombardment of Beirut, the Egyptians were still somewhat caught off guard. Enemy ships approaching. With the first alarm bell ringing, sirens subsequently sounded throughout the entire port of Beirut, but the Egyptian garrison in Beirut had already missed its best opportunity. As the order to fire freely was given, countless shells flew towards the short batteries and merchant ships anchored in the harbor. Shells exploded one after another, and the hastily responding Egyptians had no time to scatter before the shells fell, scattering shrapnel in all directions, causing massive casualties. The resulting fires further exacerbated the chaos among the Egyptians. The main target of the combined fleet was the short batteries. The combined fleet's objective this time was not to capture Beirut. The British army had only just arrived in the Mediterranean, and the Greek army's objective was also elsewhere. The main purpose of the combined fleet was to intimidate, disrupt Egyptian deployments, and force the Egyptian troops on the front lines to retreat. It wasn't until the combined fleet had fired 4 full volleys that sporadic cannon fire finally broke out from the Beirut short batteries. This extremely small-scale counterattack caused little trouble for the combined fleet. Aside from the low hit rate, the batteries, generally equipped with 12-pounder cannons, posed little threat to the British and Greek forces. Sure enough, as the combined fleet turned its guns, it wasn't long before the Beirut coast was a scene of devastation. The coastal batteries were completely silenced, the bodies of Egyptian soldiers lay scattered among the shattered batteries, and merchant ships anchored in the harbor were riddled with splinters of wood. After unleashing hundreds of tons of shells, the coalition navy finally left the port, which had been ravaged by the chaos. According to their plan, they had many more targets to destroy. While the coalition navy was shelling Beirut, Greek troops, under the cover of warships, boarded landing craft and set foot on Crete. Crete covers more than 8,000 square kilometers, and its inhabitants are predominantly Greek, who have long yearned to break away from Egypt and reunite with Greece. Muhammad Ali's oppressive rule has only fueled a burning desire for rebellion among the people. Due to the fighting on the front lines, Egypt's troop presence on Crete was insufficient, with only 300 soldiers responsible for maintaining order on the entire island. Upon learning of the Greek army's impending landing, before the Egyptian garrison on Crete could even assemble, the island's inhabitants had already united and launched an uprising. Years earlier, Otto had considered having agricultural companies invest in and establish large-scale farms there. However, Muhammad Ali, in order to monopolize the profits from domestic cotton, sugar, tea, and other commodities and reap huge returns, implemented a policy in Egypt akin to a closed-door policy. Aside from the French, merchants from other countries were not permitted to do business in Egypt. Even the French were only allowed to trade in specific ports so that Ali could monopolize Egypt's foreign trade and earn excessive profits to support his army. Even though Otto managed to secure a share of Egypt's cotton supply through connections within France, he was still unable to invest within Egypt. It wasn't until 3 years ago that the agricultural company contacted a wealthy Greek businessman on Crete and, using his name, established a large farm there, but its development was not as successful as its farms on the Balkan Peninsula. However, through this connection, Otto managed to rally the forces on Crete willing to support Greece. The uprising was launched so swiftly because it had been prepared in advance. The Egyptian garrison on Crete was already small in number, and suddenly faced with a pincer attack, they were utterly defeated and taken prisoner in less than a day. Greece then naturally recaptured the entire island of Crete. When news of the Egyptian navy's crushing defeat reached Cairo, Muhammad Ali in Magnolia Palace felt the world spin. Overwhelmed by boundless rage, he drew his jeweled curved sword and slashed down a servant who tried to help him. Holding a blood-stained curved sword, Muhammad Ali laughed in fury. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. My fleet has twice the number of British main ships. Even if we can't win, we shouldn't be completely annihilated. He kept shouting impossible, and after a while, as if he suddenly remembered something, he shouted again, what are the French doing? They promised me they would definitely send troops. In fact, at this time, a group of French political forces, led by Thiers, had proposed to King Louis-Philippe of France to send troops to help Egypt, but Louis-Philippe did not want to go to war with Britain directly. Adding to this, France was also tasked with suppressing a Berber rebellion in Algeria, maintaining a military presence in Texas, and had just deployed a large expeditionary force to the Central American Federation. The military also stated that France's military strength was insufficient, and victory would be difficult to guarantee if a full-scale war broke out with Britain. After all, not to mention the army, the strength of the British Royal Navy at this time was well known. Even if the French Navy was ranked second in the world at that time, victory could not be guaranteed. The Navy was no match for Britain, and even if the army crossed the Mediterranean to reach the Egyptian front, resupply would be difficult to guarantee, making combat impossible. The outcome of wars between great powers was highly unpredictable. A single misstep could lead to complete defeat. In France, with its revolutionary tradition, defeat could potentially end the Orleans dynasty's rule. Therefore, France only verbally threatened the British, and when Britain officially deployed troops, it took no further action. After all, Louis-Philippe preferred to continue his rule. Faced with the enraged Muhammad Ali, the surrounding ministers remained silent, none uttering a word of dissuasion. After a long while, reason slowly returned to Muhammad Ali. He felt the pain and stumbled back 2 steps to his throne. He slowly closed his eyes, and his entire life flashed through his mind like a revolving lantern. From an unknown junior officer, he painstakingly and diligently rose to become the ruler of Egypt, suffering immense hardship and even becoming a notorious tyrant. But now, all his past successes had vanished like a bubble. Thinking of this, Muhammad Ali felt a bitter pang in his heart, coughed up a mouthful of blood, and collapsed backward. Meanwhile, in the port of Sfax in southeastern Tunisia, Kazis, dressed in a long, bright red robe, a jewel-encrusted curved sword at his waist, stood confidently before an open map, discussing matters with his officers. Through the window of Kazis's room, one could see on the distant docks, large numbers of slaves busily unloading cargo from ships. This cargo was aid provided by Greece. The Greek ships had been waiting at sea for about 4 days. After Kazis and his troops occupied the port of Sfax, these flintlock muskets, cannons, and their ammunition were being unloaded at top speed. Kazis was instructing his officers to distribute the weapons to his tribe's soldiers as quickly as possible when a man in his 50s knocked and entered the meeting room. He bowed to Kazis with his hand on his chest and then announced excitedly, "Pasha, that old man Andrew has agreed to lead 700 men to join you." "Very good. Anyone willing to support us will be rewarded accordingly." Kazis nodded in satisfaction and then asked, "How is the communication with the tribes in the Kaf region going?" "They can mobilize at least 4,000 men. With their support, our chances of victory will increase. My men have already made contact with them. They haven't made up their minds yet, but I'm confident I can persuade them to stand on our side," Emmett said, bowing. "Very good, I won't forget your contribution," Kazis nodded. He had promised Otto that he would gather at least 5,000 men, but these were all from his own tribe, including the elderly and weak. Kazis and his son naturally couldn't use their resources to fight Ahmed's royal guard head-on, so it was only natural for them to encourage and rally more forces to oppose Ahmed. Ahmed's so-called reforms have infringed upon the interests of too many local Tunisian forces. Under normal circumstances, Ahmed has sufficient power to suppress these groups, but with Greek support and aid, Kazis is confident he can rally them. The total population of Tunisia is approximately 1 million, and Kazis has already amassed over 10,000 men. Normally, Ahmed could only mobilize a little over 20,000 troops, and nearly 5,000 of them have already secretly defected to Kazis' side. After calculating the troop strength of both sides, Kazis was more confident. Ahmed's janissaries were severely corrupt, and their combat effectiveness was far inferior to what it used to be. In a real battle, their fighting strength would be weaker than some local tribal forces. Kazis' gaze turned to the map on the table. According to the plan, once the supplies and logistics were gathered, he would lead his army north to capture the Karavan fortress first. Once this important fortress was in hand, Ahmed would definitely mobilize his army, and then it would be up to the Greeks. He had no intention of fighting to the death for the Greeks and depleting his own strength. Since the Greeks want Tunisia, let them take it themselves, Kazis thought. Chapter 140 The Tunisian Civil War. In the Qasr Palace in Tunisia, Ahmed, dressed only in a light shirt, leaned against a soft cushion, enjoying the melodious piano music. With a hint of annoyance at being interrupted, he asked the official standing beside him with his head bowed, "What's going on?" "Great Bey, news just came from Sfax port that local forces have blockaded the port and are not allowing anyone to leave." Ahmed frowned. "Are those country bumpkins resisting taxes?" Tunisia is not a large country, but it is rife with various factions, and it is not uncommon for local tribes to stage armed resistance against taxes or cause disturbances over taxation and trade issues. It's still unclear. The Praetorian Guards sent to investigate haven't sent any messages back either, the official said cautiously. "We previously discovered that some tribes in the south were gathering a considerable number of people. Are these bastards planning a rebellion?" Ahmed said, suddenly remembering the Greek envoy who had left recently and his threats. His eyes narrowed. Could someone really be planning a rebellion at this time? Thinking of this, Ahmed immediately ordered the Praetorian Guard's commander, Aga, equivalent to a leader, to assemble the Praetorian Guard and head to Sfax. At the same time, he also ordered his intelligence chief to investigate the internal situation of the Praetorian Guard. Soon, the news brought back by the intelligence chief shocked him. Several generals of the Imperial Guard had left Tunisia, even taking their families with them. Ahmed, who enjoyed life, instantly realized the seriousness of the situation due to his monarchical instincts. At this point, Ahmed disregarded everything else and immediately began to tighten control over the army, diverting most of the troops originally intended to defend against a Greek invasion to the south to quell the rebellion. At the same time, Ahmed summoned the foreign minister and said sternly, "I need you to go to Athens and tell the Greeks that I am willing to accept their conditions, abolish independence and guarantee that Greeks can freely invest and immigrate to Tunisia." Of course, this was merely a stopgap measure for Ahmed. In his view, Greece was still dealing with its war with Egypt and could not spare much strength to intervene in Tunisia. He only needed to buy time and quickly quell this rebellion to avoid Greek repercussions. Ahmed's men acted swiftly and successfully captured a guards commander who was preparing to leave Tunisia to join Kazis in the south. They finally learned from him about the rebellion taking place in the south. Upon confirming this news, Ahmed was greatly alarmed and immediately ordered a full mobilization of the guards to the front lines. A week later, they arrived at the Sfax border and confronted Kazis' army. "Pasha, news from the Greeks," an officer reported, bowing to Kazis. "They say the ships encountered an accident en route, and the remaining munitions won't arrive in Sfax for another 10 days. Bang! Damn it, nothing's going right these past few days." Kazis slammed his fist on the table beside him. After receiving the first batch of 3,000 flintlock muskets and 3 cannons, he could barely arm his core troops. The rest were still using very rudimentary weapons. Most importantly, Ahmed, for some reason, reacted so quickly, sending a large number of the Praetorian Guard to deal with him. Although his father had persuaded several major tribes to support him, Ahmed's actions had blocked their forces halfway through their journey by the Royal Guard. To clear the road, he would need to rely on the 7,000 men of Sfax harbor to attack the Kelvin fortress, which was guarded by 8,000 elite Royal Guards. The enemy has become alert, and the original ambush plan is no longer feasible, but this battle cannot be avoided. After pondering for a while, Kazis finally made up his mind, pointed to the map on the table, and loudly ordered, "Lunan, You lead 1,500 men here, but Pasha, there are already outposts set up by the Imperial Guard there. Obey orders. Kazis said fiercely. Nizimis, you take your men and our cannons and set up positions here. Yes, sir. The two officers who were named immediately responded cautiously. Very good. Next, Ishapak, take your cavalry and follow me. Let the Zambian tribes deploy their forces. We must take advantage of the Imperial Guard's incomplete defenses, bypass the fortress, and capture Susa. Meanwhile, in Athens, a regiment, its ranks orderly and equipped with the latest Type 37 rifles, was preparing to board a ship bound for Tunisia. Naval transport ships and warships were already anchored at the dock, their hulls gently rocking with the waves. Compared to attacking Egypt to relieve the Ottoman Empire, the Greek army clearly prioritized the Tunisian campaign. Furthermore, according to the battle plan, Greece did not intend to join forces with the Ottoman Empire in this campaign against Egypt. The two countries had just fought a major battle. If their armies were to be brought together now, the Greek and Ottoman armies would likely clash before the war with Egypt even began. As two regiments of 6,000 officers and soldiers, along with corresponding artillery, ammunition, and other supplies, were successively transported to the ships, the fleet began to anchor, hoist its sails, and head towards Tunisia. At this moment, on the front lines in south-central Tunisia, a royal guard officer in a long robe swatted a mosquito the size of a mung bean, glanced at the shadow cast by the olive tree beside him, and shouted at the soldier fanning himself, "Haven't you eaten? Put some effort into it, you lazy bones." "Yes, sir," the soldier quickly nodded, his already numb hand regaining its strength as he fanned himself more vigorously. The officer glanced at the valley ahead, but saw nothing but grass and trees. Not a single enemy soldier was visible. He couldn't help but complain, "I don't know how much longer we have to stay in this damned place. At this rate, I'll be sucked dry by these mosquitoes." But despite his complaints, it was an order from above. The commander of the Praetorian Guard judged that Khazar might launch a desperate attack, and he could only lead his troops to wait quietly in Lifu. In fact, Khazar now only had this one option left, because the weapons Greece had promised to provide hadn't fully arrived, military funds were insufficient, and food and troop distribution were problems. In this situation, the Praetorian Guard reacted quickly, anticipating his movements and mobilizing without their usual sluggishness. Faced with this predicament, Khazar had no choice but to gamble everything, launching a preemptive strike on the outer defenses of Caravan's fortress before the Praetorian Guard could establish a proper defensive line, aiming to seize Susa and secure more supplies. Otto and Khazar's cooperation was fraught with deceit from the outset. Khazar sought to use the Greek army to eliminate the Praetorian Guard's main force, while Otto was equally keen to weaken both Khazar and the Praetorian Guard through mutual destruction. In response, a Greek envoy to Tunisia inadvertently leaked some information, alerting Ahmed and allowing him to detect the rebellion ahead of time. Greece's objective was to use the Praetorian Guard to weaken Khazar's forces, and then, once Khazar's power was significantly reduced, to provide the remaining aid to allow Khazar to recover some strength, thus further entangled the Praetorian Guard's power. The terrain of Tunisia is generally flat, mostly plains. The valley where the Praetorian Guard ambushed was not high, but it was a crucial gateway into the Caravan region. Khazar led his men in a surprise attack, effortlessly crushing the Tunisian Guard's advanced detachment. This victory fueled his ambition and filled him with a sense of triumph. The Tunisian Guard had once been a valiant and formidable force, the fundamental reason why many tribes in Tunisia dared not rebel. But now, it was clear that long-term laxity had led to the Guard's decline. Just like the Guard he had just wiped out, most of the officers were fat and bloated, while the soldiers were thin and weak. The Guard had collapsed on its own before the two armies even engaged in battle. As Khazar led his army through the valley, he thought to himself that given the Praetorian Guard's current abysmal performance, the advantage was clearly in his hands. However, just as Khazar's main vanguard crossed the valley, the next battle report shocked him. His troops, who had been positioned on the valley's high ground to deploy artillery, were engaged in fierce fighting with the Praetorian Guard. This gave Khazar a bad feeling. Meanwhile, the Praetorian Guard was also somewhat disorganized. They hadn't expected Khazar to detach some troops to deploy on the high ground, resulting in their ambush being discovered. Since their deployment had been exposed, even though Khazar's army hadn't fully entered the ambush area, the Praetorian Guard had no choice but to launch an attack prematurely. Khazar sensed something was wrong and hurriedly ordered his troops to withdraw from the valley. However, No sooner had the order been given than the 6,000 Janissaries lying in ambush in the valley rushed out, throwing Khazar's forces into chaos. Khazar's vanguard, who had entered the valley, was the first to be surrounded, and the troops were forced to hastily deploy for battle. As a result, in just over half an hour, the entire vanguard of over 600 men had been wiped out, and the troops responsible for holding off the enemy at the front also suffered heavy losses. At the very first moment the Praetorian Guard launched its attack, Khazar knew that apart from his own 3,000-strong elite force, the rest of his troops were utterly disorganized and incapable of putting up a proper counterattack. Therefore, without hesitation, he led his 3,000 men to the front lines, while ordering the rest to retreat. At this point, he still harbored the idea of holding off the enemy, since his 3,000-strong elite force was equipped with Greek weapons, and more than half of them were experienced veterans. The Tunisian guards, having first wiped out the troops in and at the mouth of the valley, were in high spirits. Without hesitation, the guard's commander ordered his cavalry to pursue from both flanks, while simultaneously ordering his musketeers to form a frontal line and exchange fire with Khazar's trusted troops. Chapter 141 Landing. The musket formations of both sides drew ever closer, with Khazar's troops unleashing a barrage of gunfire first. The Praetorian Guard officers thought to themselves that their opponents were indeed a disorganized mob, utterly impatient. At this distance, the musket's lethality was extremely limited, and the enemy had clearly wasted a round of fire. The advantage was now on their side. But to their surprise, the next moment, screams erupted from the front ranks of the Praetorian Guard as many frontline musketeers fell. After a brief moment of surprise, the Tunisian Guard officers quickly ordered their troops to return fire. However, the firepower of their muskets at this distance was almost negligible, and coupled with poor training, the Guard's disorganized volley resulted in virtually no casualties in the front ranks of Khazar's army. Khazar's troops, on the other hand, advanced a few more steps, reloaded, and fired again. Another burst of gunfire felled dozens more of the Guard's front rank. In this era, musket warfare relied on volley fire for kills, depending not only on weaponry but also on the level of training and courage of both sides. Seeing that their attacks were having very limited effect, while the enemy's attacks were causing heavy casualties among their comrades, the morale of the Imperial Guard plummeted. Some soldiers, gripped by fear, even considered retreating, while others held their ground. This caused chaos within the Imperial Guard's musket formation. Khazar, quick-witted as ever, noticed this and immediately ordered his scimitar wielders to charge, while the musket units slowly advanced. The Tunisian Imperial Guard countered with their own scimitar wielders, and hand-to-hand combat ensued. However, the Imperial Guard's morale was low, and within moments, their troops were on the defensive, gradually leading to a retreat of the front lines. In large-scale military battles, once a rout occurs, it's almost impossible to stop it. Before the Praetorian Guard could even deploy reserves, Khazar's army broke through, and the front lines collapsed almost instantly. After defeating the Praetorian Guard's vanguard, Khazar didn't seek personal glory. Knowing his own situation was still dire, he simply ordered the troops covering his own retreat, slowly withdrawing from the battlefield. A few hours later, another Praetorian Guard unit arrived, only to find their comrades dejectedly carrying corpses. Khazar's main force had long since vanished. They could only report the battle situation and await further instructions. Of course, Khazar didn't gain much advantage in this battle either. By the time he reorganized his troops the next day, Khazar discovered that nearly 2,000 of his men had deserted or gone missing, leaving him with only 5,000. In particular, his most relied upon 3,000 troops had suffered over 100 deaths and missing, with several hundred more wounded, instantly losing a quarter of their fighting strength. The commander of the Imperial Guard frowned upon receiving the battle report. Although his ambush strategy had inflicted considerable losses on the enemy, the key factor was the range of Khazar's musketeer units, which gave him a bad feeling. But now he had no time to hesitate. The Greeks could attack at any moment, and only by quickly quelling the rebellion could he redeploy his army to defend against a Greek attack. 5 days later, 13,000 Praetorian Guards surrounded Khazar's 5,000 troops, and the battle resumed. In terms of numbers, the Praetorian Guards had an overwhelming advantage. But by this time, Khazar had received a second wave of Greek military aid. 5,000 flintlock muskets and even more advanced artillery proved useful in the battle. After several hours of fighting, Khazar, with his superior weaponry, killed and captured over 3,000 Praetorian guards, forcing them to retreat to Caruvian to regroup and reorganize. However, Cassius, despite his victory, was also suffering. The previous war had inflicted significant losses on his trusted troops, a fact that deeply pained him. Even after recruiting and replenishing his forces, expanding his army to 10,000, only a little over 1,000 remained as truly elite soldiers. After his victory, Cassius led his army to the Caruvian fortress, but the artillery provided by Greece was not heavy artillery, but rather standard caliber field guns. This was insufficient against a fortified position, making it virtually impossible to breach the defenses of several thousand men. Furthermore, his gunpowder and ammunition supplies were running low. Although the Greeks promised to contact their homeland and find a way to provide another batch, it was unclear when that would be available. Meanwhile, the main force of the Tunisian Imperial Guard had been mobilized and had established a defensive line along the Caruvian fortress. With enough gunpowder and cannonballs, Cassius was confident he could tie down the main force of the Janissaries at Caruvian fortress and then break through the defenses to attack Susa. However, he was currently hampered by insufficient supplies. If he deployed too many troops, the defenders of Caruvian fortress would launch a counterattack, and the remaining forces would certainly be unable to hold them off. Deploying too few troops, however, prevented him from capturing Susa, leaving Cassius in a dilemma. Just as the main Janissaries and Cassius's rebel army were locked in a stalemate, more than 10 warships, accompanied by a large number of transport ships, appeared in the Tunisian port. These were naturally the Greek navy, and relying on their heavy cannons, the Greek fleet first bombarded the Tunisian port. To defend the port, the Tunisians had previously fortified their fortifications under French guidance and had also purchased a batch of 16-pounder cannons from the French. However, the range and power of these cannons were no match for the main guns of the Greek warships. After several rounds of artillery exchange, the fortifications in the Tunisian port were destroyed one by one. Not content with this, the Greek warships launched more than a dozen more bombardments on targets in the Tunisian port, plunging the entire port into complete chaos. "Alright, notify the army to land." Looking at the smoke-filled port of Tunisia, the naval commander in charge of the attack, Bell, put down his binoculars and said, "For His Majesty Otto. For victory. For the glory of Greece." The army soldiers, who had finally received the notification, boarded the landing craft one after another. With each splash, the landing craft were launched into the sea, carrying the army soldiers and beginning their advance towards the port of Tunisia. Because of the previous bombardment by the Greek navy, the Tunisian Imperial Guard in the port was unable to organize a decent counterattack. It was not until the landing craft approached the shore that scattered and chaotic gunfire rang out from the port. "Watch out! Speed up! Paddle faster, get ashore as soon as possible. Everyone, heads down, shields at the bow." At this time, a large number of Tunisian guards had been deployed south to quell the rebellion in Cassius. The defenses of Tunisia's port were already inadequate, and coupled with the heavy losses suffered under the Greek naval bombardment, the remaining defenders only caused minor trouble for the landing troops. That same day, the Greek vanguard occupied Tunisia's port and took control of the entire port, preparing to welcome the arrival of subsequent troops and besiege Tunisia. Chapter 142 The Conditions of Greece. How many enemies are there outside the city? Standing on the city wall, looking at the Greek army outside, Ahmed asked the Janissary officer beside him. "An initial estimate is 8,000, Your Majesty the Sultan," the officer replied. 8,000. Now there are only 3,000 Janissaries left in the entire city of Tunisia. Those damn traitors. Cassius and his father are damn traitors. If it weren't for them, how could the Greeks have reached the gates of Tunisia so easily? Ahmed couldn't help but roar angrily, but no matter how angry he was, he couldn't change the current situation. The main force of the Janissary was in the south, and it was too late to get back. Especially since Cassius was currently in a superior position, if the Janissaries were recalled to Tunisia now, Cassius could easily lead his troops in a surprise attack, and the main force of the Janissaries in the south could collapse if they were not careful. The Greeks were advancing too quickly, the city was already besieged. The reason they hadn't attacked was that the Greeks were waiting for their artillery. Ahmed had just observed through binoculars that the Greeks were setting up artillery positions without any concealment, because the cannons on the Tunisian city walls couldn't reach the distance. Boom! A deafening explosion followed, sending a powerful tremor through the air. Ahmed nearly stumbled and fell. When he regained his senses, he saw a large crater in the city wall about 100 meters away. The crater was charred black, and more than a dozen Imperial Guard soldiers lay dead on the ground, some groaning in pain, others completely still. Several more explosions followed, cannonballs landing in front of the wall and inside the city, causing chaos. Are the Greek cannons that accurate? Quick, quick, get down the wall. Ahmed disregarded everything else and rushed down the wall, preparing to escape this terrifying place. I didn't expect to hit the city wall on the first test firing. At this moment, on the artillery positions outside Tunisia, the observers reported the impact points of the shells. Then the artillerymen began to calculate and adjust the cannons according to the formula. At this time, the artillery on the Tunisian city wall attempted to retaliate again, but because of insufficient range, the nearest shell was more than 100 meters away from the heavy artillery position. Therefore, the Greek artillerymen were relaxed and acted in an orderly manner according to their usual training. The shelling continued from the afternoon until the morning of the next day. Relying on the heavy artillery that had been brought up, the Tunisian city wall was riddled with holes after a night of shelling, and the entire city of Tunisia was in a state of fear all night. The next morning, upon receiving news that the Greek army was assembling and preparing to attack, Ahmed, who had been distraught in Caesar's palace, finally broke down and immediately sent envoys to express his willingness to submit to Greek rule. Because a large number of troops had been deployed to deal with Caesus, the number of Janissaries truly capable of fighting in Tunisia was less than 2,000, and even with the hastily mobilized numbers, it was less than 7,000. However, after a night of bombardment, hundreds of soldiers deserted. Upon learning that Ahmed was preparing to surrender to Greece, many Janissaries breathed a sigh of relief. In reality, the Janissaries in Tunisia were not merely an army, they were more like a privileged class with no connection to the local Tunisians. During the height of the Ottoman Empire's power, elite Janissaries conquered Tunisia, Algiers, Tripoli, and other parts of North Africa, turning these areas into Ottoman provinces. Later, with the decline of the Ottoman Empire, the Janissaries stationed there gradually gained control of these areas, forming a de facto separatist force. The Ottoman Sultan had no choice but to appoint them Pasha, a title similar to governor, thus acknowledging their rule. To prevent assimilation by the locals, these imperial guards strictly enforced racial segregation, maintaining Ottoman traditions such as clothing and customs, and continuously oppressed local tribes, becoming a privileged class in the region. Over the long years, accustomed to their privileged lives, the imperial guards lost their former ferocity and instead became synonymous with the aristocracy. Currently, Tunisia officially has 70,000 imperial guards, but only slightly over 20,000 are truly combat-ready, the rest are only nominally soldiers. After the siege of Tunisia, Ahmed issued a mobilization order. Many of the Janissaries had never even touched a gun, let alone received any military training, so their combat effectiveness was questionable. If the Greek army hadn't blocked the escape routes, those Janissary gentlemen in Tunisia would probably have already fled with their valuables. Now that Ahmed had chosen to surrender and negotiate, these men breathed a slight sigh of relief. The Greek army they faced was truly terrifying. Their ranks were impeccable, their firepower fierce, and their tactical coordination superb. They simply couldn't muster the courage to fight such an army. Now, at least their lives were spared. Meanwhile, some people were hoping for a respectable outcome. Ideally, they wanted to maintain their status, if not, preserving their wealth would be acceptable. This time, facing the envoy sent by Ahmed, the Greek representative bluntly stated his conditions. Ahmed must immediately declare submission to Greek rule, pay annual taxes, and have the port of Tunisia and the surrounding areas directly administered by Greece, with Greek law applied. At the same time, Ahmed had to pay Greece 500 drachmas in reparations to cover the military expenses of the Greek invasion. Furthermore, Greek commerce and trade in Tunisia would be completely unrestricted, and all slaves under the control of the Janissaries would be handed over to Greece for disposal. Damn Greeks! If it weren't for those local tribal rebellions, how could we have had the chance to land here? Hearing Greece's conditions, Ahmed couldn't contain his anger. This de facto Sultan of Tunisia had always held himself in high esteem, aspiring to become the sole ruler of Tunisia. To this end, he had been trying to cultivate closer relations with the great powers, learning from them, and implementing reforms domestically. While possessing lofty ambitions, Ahmed's abilities were mediocre. Historically, his reforms led to Tunisia accumulating massive debts, and the country's economy gradually fell under French control. Due to his inexplicable overconfidence, Ahmed initially looked down on Greece, even mocking Greek envoys and rejecting Greece's initial proposal to maintain the status quo in exchange for nominal submission, decisively declaring Tunisia's independence. Ahmed believed that with the help of the great powers, he could completely shut out the Greeks, preventing them from ever set foot on Greek soil. However, his ideals were far from reality, and he now faced a humiliating treaty from Greece. Drawing his leather whip, Ahmed lashed his men mercilessly until his sluggish body, weakened by lack of exercise, finally released some of his rage. He collapsed onto his ornately decorated throne, panting heavily. Looking at his bloodied men sprawled on the ground, Ahmed's thoughts turned to the Greek terms. After much deliberation, he knew he had no other choice. At this moment, Greece didn't intend to completely wipe out the Praetorian Guard. That would only allow the Tunisian tribes, like Kazas, to become too powerful and uncontrollable. Therefore, Greece's main condition was that the Praetorian Guard, represented by Ahmed, would cede the area surrounding Tunisia city and accept the rule of the Greek Governor-General of Tunisia. This would cripple the Praetorian Guard, but eliminating them would remain extremely difficult for the local tribes, especially since Greece could not continue providing them with free weapons and other aid now that its strategic objectives had been achieved. Greece had already carefully planned its arms delivery to the tribes, delivering them in batches and strictly controlling the quantity of ammunition. At this point, the tribes that had rebelled against the Praetorian Guard were running low on ammunition and would have to pay real money to buy more. However, at this time, Greece could also sell weapons and ammunition to the Praetorian Guard, making it impossible for Kazas' army to continue to have an equipment advantage. Because of this, the Greek condition seemed extremely harsh to Ahmed, but he had no intention of directly eliminating the Praetorian Guard's forces. Although Ahmed was somewhat ambitious but lacked practical skills, he at least knew the principle of preserving strength for future battles. Once I've quelled those damned traitors, I will definitely retake Tunisia and drive all those Greeks into the sea to feed the fish. Ahmed secretly resolved. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 143 New Plan. Remember the initial website domain. What Ahmed in the Tunisian city was actually not important to Otto. What was important was that this incident had thoroughly ignited the conflict between the Tunisian Janissary forces and local tribal powers, and a major battle between the two sides in Tunisia was inevitable. Therefore, Greece stated that it was only interested in the Tunisian ports and surrounding areas. It didn't care who ruled the other territories, as long as taxes were paid on time. Now, the two sides have completely broken off relations. Ahmed has lost Tunisia's most prosperous region and surrounding areas. The two sides are not even of the same ethnicity to begin with, and the elite guards of the Imperial Guard are still intact, making it a formidable opponent for the local forces, represented by Kazas' tribe. To achieve victory, neither side can afford to offend Greece. Instead, they will vie to curry favor. This protracted war will devastate the local economy, displace its people, and allow Greece to use this opportunity to sell weapons to both sides in exchange for their wealth, slaves, and other valuables. Once both sides have exhausted their strength to a certain extent and can no longer fight, the Greek army can sweep across the region with lightning speed, completely taking control of Tunisia. The relocation of the Praetorian Guard forces instantly turned the once bustling Tunisia into a desolate place, but within 2 years, immigrants from Europe and the Far Eastern empires will repopulate it. Furthermore, the continuous influx of immigrants will further squeeze the living space of the locals and expand the territory. Only by turning the people of Tunisia into people under one's control can complete control be achieved, paving the way for future localization. Meanwhile, the 40,000 slaves originally belonging to the Imperial Guard, captured in Tunisia, were also sorted at Otto's request. Except for a very small number of Greeks, all the men were sent to work unpaid in the mines within Tunisia for 5 years as redemption money. Women of marriageable age were sent to various colonial settlements in Central and Southern Africa, assigned to single immigrants there. Although Otto tried to recruit family immigrants from Central and Southern Africa, a large number of single men remained, or rather, single men constituted the majority, especially Chinese immigrants. This situation was detrimental to long-term rule, so the royal consortium consistently sought to balance the male-to-female ratio. However, in reality, The male-to-female ratio will remain one of the major problems plaguing the colonies for a long time to come. Of course, at this stage, the most crucial issue for Greece is not the colonies, but the governance of its suddenly expanded territory. The civil servants who passed the civil service exams and completed 3 months of training at the Civil Service Training School have already taken office. This school, recently established by Otto, primarily explains the civil service promotion and evaluation system, as well as current key Greek policies, all learned from Otto's memories of his previous life. This training system helps government personnel understand the country's policy direction, exchange governance methods, and thus better solve problems and unify the thinking of government personnel. In the future, this training system will not only target newly recruited civil servants, but will also include training for relevant staff when new policies are released, so that the government can keep abreast of the cabinet's policy actions and that Otto can understand the situation of these people. The territory has expanded 7 or 8 times, and the population has increased nearly tenfold, so the methods of governance naturally need to change accordingly. After the establishment of the administrative system in the newly occupied territories, the most important things in Greece can be summarized into 2. First, to develop the economy according to the situation. To this end, in mid-1840, the cabinet announced a new 5-year plan, which, based on the previous 5-year plan, completed the development plan for the new territories. The new plan included building 2,680 kilometers of new railway, constructing and repairing 5,240 kilometers of roads, 28 small and medium-sized water conservancy projects, establishing 413 primary schools in the new territory, developing iron and coal mines, expanding food cultivation, planning cotton planting, and building a larger industrial center, among other things. These initiatives kept Otto extremely busy, with a large number of documents and reports awaiting his signature and decisions every day. Besides development, another key aspect of the new territory was the assimilation of the local population. As mentioned before, the global Greek population numbered only a few million. Without a suitable policy of ethnic assimilation, the spread of modern national consciousness would inevitably lead to various problems within the country, and the nation could easily disintegrate. Therefore, from the very beginning, Otto emphasized in his propaganda the concept that people in the Balkans and even the Apennine Peninsula all share the same ancestry, while simultaneously promoting the concept of a new era of nationhood. The core of this concept is that national identity is primarily based on national language, culture, and beliefs, rather than simply on blood ties. The government censors and controls news and public opinion, prohibiting the dissemination of much speech deemed detrimental to national unity. To promote this national theory, the Royal Foundation has also invested in several newspapers, using methods such as policy explanations, everyday anecdotes, and literary fiction to promote this theory, either directly or subtly. Now, the Royal Foundation's Love Laskari is the largest newspaper in Greece in terms of circulation. It was precisely because there were so many issues in the newly occupied territories that, in a short period of time, neither the military nor the Greek government had the spare energy to deal with the various matters in Tunisia. Therefore, Greece's policy in Tunisia is as it is now. In contrast, what Greece is now preparing to do in Palestine is what Otto believes is the most suitable policy for Greece. General, the troops have completed the landing, the enemy in the port has been eliminated, and the local population is under control, the adjutant reported to Rear Admiral Madanis on a warship outside a Palestinian port. After dealing with the Egyptian fleet, due to Egypt's long coastline and the Ottoman Empire's front line tying down Egypt's main forces, Egypt struggled to maintain sufficient ground forces to defend every area. Especially after the joint British and Greek naval bombardment of the port of Alexandria. Egypt was forced to concentrate its remaining land forces in the heart of Lower Egypt for defense. This made the Greek landing in Palestine very easy, with almost no significant resistance. The war between Greece and the Ottoman Empire had only recently ended, and the two sides lacked sufficient trust. To avoid their armies sabotaging each other when they were together, the Greek and Ottoman forces initially did not operate in concert. In the war plan, the Greek army would land in Palestine to cut off the supply lines of the main Egyptian frontline forces, while the British army would join forces with the Ottoman Empire's army to deal with the main Egyptian frontline forces led by Ibrahim. Very good. Gather all the locals together. We need to repair the port and expand the warehouses. These people will be useful. If any resistance occurs, eliminate them decisively. After the follow-up troops arrive in 2 days, load the excess people onto immigrant ships and send them away. Major General Matonis, who previously belonged to the Royal Guard, had already guessed that most of these people would be sent to Greek colonies in Africa. Greece's colonies in Central and Southern Africa continued to expand, especially after discovering that the inland highlands were ideal for human habitation. Greece's expansion in East Africa even surpassed that of the earlier established Congo region. This constant expansion created an almost insatiable demand for manpower. Although Greece recruited tens of thousands of European immigrants annually and sent them to the colonies, the colonists still felt there was a shortage of manpower. Some colonists even suggested better utilizing the local indigenous population to ensure future manpower needs, rather than resorting to unsustainable exploitation. However, Otto forcefully rejected these suggestions, even imposing harsh orders and performance standards. Otto was deeply affected by the future of Black Lives Matter and the South African uprisings. He preferred to spend more money now rather than leave potential problems for the future. National integration was Otto's national policy, but the cost had to be considered. In that era, it was impossible for white people to accept black people as part of their own ethnicity. Furthermore, colonial development was extremely arduous, requiring immigrants to bear enormous pressure and burdens. Having immigrants who had not yet completed their assimilation bear these burdens would likely greatly hinder the assimilation process. Therefore, Otto chose to shift the heaviest burden onto the local indigenous people, reducing the hardships for the immigrants. He wanted these immigrants to see that life in the colony was better than before, thus facilitating the smooth implementation of the national assimilation policy. Although the population of Palestine is predominantly white, it is predominantly Muslim, with fundamentally different languages, cultures, religions, and lifestyles from the Greeks. If these locals were allowed to remain, they would perceive Greece as invaders, fundamentally rejecting immigrants from other regions and creating long-term conflict. This would make assimilation extremely difficult, hindering Greece's ability to establish long-term, stable rule. Therefore, Greece ruthlessly purged local opposition forces while relocating those who submitted to the local population to its colonies in Central and Southern Africa. Upon arrival, these people were dispersed and resettled, lacking organization, forced to conform and gradually assimilated over time. Although this would lead to numerous resistances, increased military casualties and expenses, and potentially years of stabilization, it would be a more permanent solution compared to the potential instability of a prolonged counterinsurgency campaign. Most of these individuals would be dispersed across various colonial outposts, with a smaller portion used to supplement the local workforce. Through careful planning, each outpost would receive only a small number of people, posing little threat, and would eventually be assimilated over time. Chapter 144 Accelerated Hanging. To some extent, Greece's current ethnic policies are quite cruel, consuming vast amounts of money, resources, and even the lives of soldiers. However, this is a necessary evil. If the Greek population within Greece could increase tenfold, Otto would certainly have adopted a more moderate ethnic policy, such as assimilating Palestine and the future Tunisia through a gradual assimilation process. But the global Greek population is only a few million, barely enough to fill its own territory. Encouraging active immigration is difficult. Not only are these people unlikely to willingly abandon their more comfortable lives to cultivate other lands, but Otto would also worry about insufficient population in the Balkans, his core territory. Currently, in the Balkans, which is the mainland, Greeks barely make up about 30% of the population. Other ethnic groups, such as Serbs and Bulgarians, constitute a significant portion of the population, making the entire Balkans, with a population of over 10 million, seem sparsely populated. Even if it's presented as Greek, and Greek culture has a profound influence in these regions, it will take at least 2 or 3 decades for the public to widely accept this narrative and develop a deeply ingrained national and ethnic identity. Until then, Otto is unlikely to encourage the local population, especially Greeks, to immigrate. Many opportunities to expand territory and colonies, once missed, are hard to come by again. For example, the war with Egypt could lay the foundation for the future construction of the Suez Canal, planting a seed in the Arabian Peninsula, the most important oil-producing region, a crucial opportunity that must be seized. However, the mess Otto has created so far is far too large for Greece's existing territory. If not handled properly, it could be fatal. To facilitate governance, the Greek government redefined administrative regions, dividing the present-day Greek mainland and the Balkans into 6 large provinces. The former Greek region, centered on the capital Athens, was designated Central Greece, directly controlled by the central government. The other 5 provinces each covered approximately 70,000 to 80,000 square kilometers. Compared to a province in Otto's previous kingdom, this might be only half or even a third of that size. However, in Europe, this was an enormous territory, larger than many countries. France, for example, had a mainland area roughly the same as modern Greece, but over 50 provinces, essentially the size of a single city in Otto's previous life. This division in France actually facilitated better control over local areas and improved administrative efficiency. After all, the country's territory was relatively small, an additional administrative level would have been cumbersome. The same principle applies to Greece, but in Otto's plan, Greece would eventually localize its territories in North Africa, Central and Southern Africa, and even North America, significantly increasing the country's mainland area. This necessitates the division into large provinces. Leaving aside the mainland and North Africa, the combined area of the several Central and Southern African colonies is comparable to the mainland itself. Then there's California in Western North America, nominally part of Mexico, but in reality, various powers are controlled by the royal family and financial groups. Many local governments are under Otto's control, allowing for easy regime change. Currently, aside from officials and clergy sent abroad, the total number of Greeks in these areas barely exceeds 1/10 of the population. According to regulations, residents of these colonies needed to reach a certain number of years of service, speak Greek, and pass corresponding examinations to truly obtain colonial citizenship and become colony citizens, thus gaining promotion opportunities. While Orthodox Christian faith was not a mandatory requirement, it did earn some points. These conditions were already quite lenient, but due to the short time frame, the number of officially registered residents in each colony was not yet large. However, based on gathered intelligence, enthusiasm for naturalization was still very high, and over time, a large number of eligible residents would certainly obtain colonial citizenship. But all of this is in the future. The present stage is actually the most dangerous for Greece. Aside from the Greek mainland during his initial ascension to the throne, national cohesion is low, and the country could easily disintegrate if not handled carefully. Therefore, for the next 2 or 3 decades, at least until the first phase of assimilation is completed on its own soil, every step Greece takes must be extremely cautious. Sigh, still short of money. Signing an education funding application, Otto stretched and glanced at the pile of processed documents, nearly half of which were requests for funding. Greece's new 5-year plan is now being rolled out, and government funds are being spent like water. At this rate, in just 2 or 3 years, the Greek government's treasury, which has been replenished by selling mining rights, land, and confiscated assets, will be empty. I estimate that bonds will need to be issued, and the royal consortium will also need to acquire a batch. Otherwise, the inability to raise funds will slow down the country's development. At the same time, if loans are made abroad, the interest rates will be too high, and if the government's financial pressure is too great, it may go bankrupt. Squinting, Otto calculated in his mind. Originally, if it weren't for this war, which greatly expanded Greece's territory, the Greek government would already be on the right track and would no longer need the support of King Otto. However, with the war against the Ottoman Empire over, the country's territory expanded so dramatically. With such a vast expanse of land awaiting construction and investment, the government's finances immediately fell into deficit once again. The Ottoman Empire itself was a feudal state, and its industrial development in the Balkans was virtually non-existent. The first 5-year plan, focused solely on infrastructure, required enormous expenditures. Choosing to live within one's means was possible, but this would undoubtedly slow down the country's overall development. Furthermore, due to the lack of funds for industrialization, the country's desire to industrialize would inevitably place a significantly heavier burden on its people. Leaving aside Britain, which had already completed industrialization, France, Prussia, and Austria were also progressing rapidly in industrialization. France, in particular, with its foundation as a long-established colonial empire, would likely fully industrialize within a few years at its current pace. Europe is not a large continent, and new technologies or advanced technologies can't be kept secret for long. Britain's early industrial advantage wouldn't last too long either. At least the other traditional European powers, with their deep-rooted foundations, wouldn't lag too far behind. In fact, Prussia and Austria completed the first phase of industrialization in just over a decade, while Russia, with its vast territory and large population, maintained a strong overall national power despite a lower level of industrialization. Compared to the 5 existing world powers, Britain, France, Russia, Prussia, and Austria, Greece is a late developing country. If we start counting from now, catching up with these 5 powers, without considering other factors, would take at least 50 years of steady development. This is assuming Otto understands future world trends and has a clear direction for development. After all, while Greece is developing, other powers are also developing, and the 5 existing powers possess a significant first-mover advantage. Catching up is not something that can be done overnight. Otto is now providing financial support and making substantial investments in Greece. Essentially, he's using the royal family's funds to accelerate Greece's industrialization, shortening the time required and slightly reducing the burden on the public. The results are readily apparent. Greece previously used this model to lay the foundation for rapid, positive cycle development, achieving in less than 10 years what would have taken 20. Now that Greece's foundation has expanded so much, the royal family no longer has the funds to support Greece's rapid development at the same cost as before. However, with the numerous confiscated assets and the assistance of the royal consortium, Greece still had enough capital to complete its first 5-year plan at minimal cost, laying the foundation for full industrialization. Clang, clang, clang. Just as Otto was pondering this, a knock sounded at the door. "Come in." The office door opened, and a waiter entered, bowed, and said, "Your Majesty, our guests from France are waiting in the reception room." "Very well, I'll tidy myself up and go." Otto nodded, stood up, tidied himself slightly, and walked towards the reception room. Chapter 145 The Bonaparte Faction's Appeal. "I never imagined you could achieve such great success. I think your talent is even comparable to His Majesty Napoleon's." These words came from the Duchess of Maria, who had recently arrived in Athens from France. This was their first meeting after several years apart. Over the years, the Duchess's figure had become even more alluring. What was once a slightly mature woman had, with the passage of time, transformed into a captivatingly alluring figure. After a brief conversation in the reception room, the two found themselves resting in Otto's bedroom. According to Otto, the Duke of Sugar was currently bedridden with a long illness, and perhaps before long, the Duchess of Maria would become a duchess. "You didn't come to Athens just to congratulate your old friend, did you?" Otto said with a smile, lying on the bed and casually toying with the ripe peach in his hand. "Couldn't I have come to visit you?" Maria's voice was tinged with sorrow, her hand lightly groping Otto's chest, as if she had truly suffered a great injustice. Otto smiled without saying a word. In this life, beauty was no longer his greatest pursuit, otherwise, he wouldn't have only had Natasha as his lover and 2 illegitimate children in recent years. Naturally, he wouldn't be bewitched by the beauty beside him now. Although this woman was alluring, Otto knew clearly that she was essentially a ruthless political animal, just like him. Seeing that Otto remained silent, Maria sat up in bed, letting the silk quilt slip off her. She reached for the wine bottle on the bedside table, poured 2 glasses of wine, handed one to Otto, and took a small sip herself. The 1825 dud went down her throat, and Maria smiled gently again, saying, "Our business in France was very successful. I've come to discuss a new deal with you." "A new deal?" Otto raised an eyebrow slightly and chuckled. "For a duchess like you to come all this way, it must be something special." "Of course not, it's not just any business, it concerns the throne," Duchess Maria said directly, without beating around the bush. "I know you're a Bonapartist, but as far as I know, the rightful heir to the Bonaparte family no longer exists," Otto said with a hint of doubt. The rightful heir he was referring to was Napoleon's son, the King of Rome. After Napoleon's defeat, the king was placed in Austrian custody until 1832, when the unfortunate King of Rome died of tuberculosis without leaving any heirs. That's why Otto said the rightful heir to the Bonaparte family no longer existed. The death of the King of Rome was indeed a major blow to the Bonaparte family's business. Duchess Maria paused for a moment, then continued, "But the King of Rome wasn't the only one capable of inheriting the Bonaparte family's business. It seems you've found a new person you can approve of," Otto said with a smile. "Let me guess, is it Charles Louis Bonaparte?" "How did you know?" Maria's hand trembled involuntarily. In fact, Only those within the Napoleonic family and some core supporters knew about this, and even these supporters weren't completely in agreement. She really couldn't understand how Otto had obtained this information. Looks like I guessed right. Otto feigned profundity, but knowing that this person would become Napoleon how could Otto not pay close attention to his news? This man recently caused quite a stir in France. Compared to the rest of the Bonaparte family, he has always been very active, clearly a very ambitious person. Otto smiled as he explained the reason, which was actually not difficult to deduce from the result. You're smarter than I thought, no wonder you've achieved what you have now. After processing Otto's words, Maria could only sigh in admiration before continuing. Although Louis Bonaparte is currently imprisoned, his courage has garnered the support of some among us. The July monarchy's rule has been unstable from its inception, and many are dissatisfied with the Orleans family's rule. The Napoleonic family will eventually regain control of France. Forging a friendship with them is tantamount to securing the friendship of the French Empire in the future. Otto, who had been gathering intelligence on various countries, was well aware that the foundation of the Orleans dynasty's rule was unstable, and that any significant upheaval in the country could lead to its collapse. Especially as a traitor to the Burgundian royalists, Louis Philippe had to find ways to suppress the Burgundian power within the country in order to consolidate his rule. To this end, after confirming the death of the Roman emperor and the absence of a legitimate heir in the Bonaparte family, he began to promote Napoleon's achievements. He retrieved Napoleon's ashes for burial, erected a statue of Napoleon in Paris, and resumed construction on the Arc de Triomphe, which had been halted during Napoleon's time, hoping to further unite the Bonapartist faction within the country. Of course, Louis Philippe's actions ultimately backfired, as the economic turmoil that followed allowed Charles Louis Bonaparte to rise to power, ending the short-lived rule of the Orleans dynasty. However, knowing that this man would become king of France in the future did not mean Otto needed to deliberately curry favor with him now. Politics between nations is primarily about interests. Personal feelings and sentiments must be set aside. In Otto's view, cultivating good relations with him at the national level could wait until he truly held power in France and became Napoleon III. Supporting him now was too early and did not align with current Greek diplomatic needs. It might even provoke hostility from the Orleans dynasty. Ultimately, it was this war against the Ottoman Empire that made many people realize that Greece had become a pivotal country in the Near East. They wanted to leverage Greece's influence. Otherwise, why didn't Maria discuss this with Otto when he first became king of Greece? Having acquired almost all of the Ottoman Empire's territory in the Balkans, Greece, in the eyes of many European politicians, had transformed from a small country into a regional power capable of influencing the situation in the Near East, if not a great power, then certainly a quasi-great power. The Napoleonic family of this era did not have a very good reputation in Europe. Not only in France, but also in other countries, many people were unwilling for the Napoleonic family to make a comeback in France, given the far-reaching influence Napoleon had had on Europe. The Bonaparte faction itself was aware of this, and although several important figures in the Bonaparte family were unwilling, most had already given up their hopes. Now, only this future Napoleon III was still working hard, and Otto hadn't expected that he could win over such an important figure as the Duchess of Maria so early. Otto himself held Napoleon in some esteem, but he had no intention of interfering in French internal affairs at this moment. Therefore, he spoke. Whether Charles Louis Bonaparte will be able to reclaim the throne is still unknown. Even if he succeeds, between nations, interests prevail. You should know that for a national leader, personal friendships and gratitude often come after national interests. Hearing this, Maria hesitated. In truth, she hadn't been very confident in persuading Otto, but she wanted to try, even if there was only a small chance. Now, receiving a somewhat predictable answer, the Duchess of Maria still felt a sense of defeat. But Otto's next words perked her up. His Majesty Napoleon is also one of the figures I greatly admire, but I have no intention of interfering in France's internal affairs. So let's change the subject. I have a very profitable business opportunity here. I wonder if you'd be interested? Chapter 146 Business and Difficulties. During the Warring States period, Ludwig famously said that investing in a country could yield a 10,000-fold profit, giving rise to the idiom a small investment yields a huge return. However, the highly profitable business Otto was referring to had nothing to do with politics. It was a business requiring very little capital but yielding extremely high returns, capable of long-term operation. Duchess Maria was naturally somewhat disappointed at not being able to win Otto over, but she quickly became interested in the idea of a highly profitable business. After all, who doesn't like making a little money, and in some situations, money and power can be converted into each other. Now everyone knows that your majesty is not only good at governing the country, but also at making money. Since you say it's a highly profitable business, I certainly won't miss this opportunity to get rich. As Otto slowly recounted his story, the Duchess of Maria's eyes brightened, and she couldn't help but exclaim, "My dear, you're a genius. To think of such a way to make money." Many people in later generations would recognize the business Otto was referring to, the lottery. This business was, in some ways, similar to running a casino. As the bookmaker, it was a guaranteed win. As a shrewd businesswoman, the Duchess of Maria immediately saw the potential for profit in this business, and thus quickly became interested and began discussing it with Otto. "We can partner up and start a company to operate a lottery in France. This business is essentially based on influence and connections, so I'll only own 30%. After 10 years, I can transfer another 10% to you, and you can distribute the rest as you see fit. Try to recruit influential figures in France, and this business can also serve as a means for you to build your network." Otto was well aware that the lottery business was highly profitable, but it differed from other businesses, relying more heavily on connections and yielding much higher profits than businesses like department stores. If he took too much of a share, the business would be difficult to sustain in France for long, because he was, after all, only the king of Greece, not the king of France, and there were many people in France who didn't care about him. Therefore, Otto had no choice but to relinquish most of the profits, seeking only long-term stability. The Duchess of Maria was already considering who in France would be a suitable partner for the lottery business, while Otto's eyes gleamed. Otto had long harbored ideas about the lottery business, seeking partners not only in France but also in England. However, he had no intention of implementing it in Greece. Even casinos and similar businesses were strictly prohibited by the Greek government, just like those in Tokyo. Although they knew such businesses couldn't be completely banned, and that some underground industries would inevitably emerge, this didn't mean they didn't need to be prohibited and cracked down upon. Otto knew perfectly well that if someone became addicted to this, it would be difficult for them to work honestly. Not only would they eventually be bankrupt and their families ruined, but they might even turn to crime to pay off debts or gain more money to recoup their losses. To ensure social stability and development, the Greek government had enacted strict laws, demonstrating a resolute crackdown. Even though Otto knew the substantial tax revenue this type of industry would bring, he showed no sign of changing his mind. These damned traitors, lackeys of the infidels. Riding his tall white steed, Ishak, on the front lines, looked at the city of Beirut before him and couldn't help but curse inwardly. Following the shelling of Beirut port, British troops arrived a few days later and launched a landing operation in the unsuspecting city, easily capturing the important city 2 days earlier than the Greek army's landing in Palestine. Upon receiving news of Beirut's fall, Ibrahim immediately mobilized troops to besiege the 2,000 British vanguard troops stationed there. It must be said that while the British regular army at this time may not have been large in number, its elite forces were among the best in the world. What angered Ibrahim even more was that the residents of Beirut sided with the British. Within days of the siege of Beirut, Ishak received intelligence that another British army unit had joined forces with the main Ottoman force to launch a counter-offensive, and that Greek troops had landed in Palestine. Ishak's offensive was faltering, and he was unable to retake Beirut. Furthermore, his logistics were constantly harassed by guerrillas, and now there was a risk of his retreat being completely cut off. At this point, Ishak knew he had to make a decision. Unlike Muhammad Ali and Ishak, who were stunned by the news, Ottoman Sultan Majd, in the Grand Salakirian Palace in Istanbul, was overjoyed. Only a few months after the British declared war, the tide of the war had completely turned. The crisis on the front lines was averted, and even the Egyptian army was teetering on the brink of collapse, on the verge of being reduced to dust in the Syrian desert. However, his joy was short-lived. Majd began to consider the problems facing the Ottoman Empire. Although the Egyptians were doomed, the Ottoman Empire had also been severely weakened by the war. More than half of its newly trained army, which had been trained at great expense, had been lost, and the Ottoman Empire would now have to face the newly rising Greece. The Russians still coveted Istanbul, this maritime gem, not to mention the loss of most of their European territory. Their war potential and national strength had been severely diminished, and even the recapture of most of Syria was far from enough to make up for it. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a renewed burning hatred for the Greeks, but reality forced him to swallow his anger for the time being. He knew that his only option was to continue clinging to the British to deter the Greeks and Russians, while simultaneously pushing forward domestic reforms. Otherwise, the Ottoman Empire would be unable to cope with the threats from both countries. The mere thought of reform gave Mejid a headache, for any reform requires money. The Ottoman Empire was already financially troubled, and after the recent Near Eastern War, it faced imminent bankruptcy. This forced Mejid to borrow heavily from Britain, further burdening the already indebted Ottoman Empire. However, regardless of the circumstances, Mejid could only proceed cautiously, striving to maintain the already crumbling rule of the Ottoman Empire. As the ruler of a country, there are many things to consider. Even Otto, who is currently in Athens, is no exception. Although the support of the treasures of the Hindu temples allows him to temporarily not worry about the financial problems at hand, the various issues of the new territory are still giving him a headache. The railway connecting Albania and Kosovo must be built as soon as possible. The coal and iron mines there are very important for the country's development. In the future, the country will establish a new industrial zone nearby. The current industrial zone can no longer meet the needs of the country's development. Although the port of Piraeus has convenient transportation, there are not enough resources in the surrounding area suitable for industrial development. The newly built industrial zone can make use of Albania's iron mines and Kosovo's coal mines. But Your Majesty, many areas in Albania are different from Macedonia and other regions. There are a large number of Muslims there, and the local people have a high level of resistance towards us, Prime Minister Sanos said, frowning. Otto was naturally aware of this issue. Although Orthodox Christianity was the dominant religion in the Balkans as a whole, the Ottomans had ruled there for centuries, resulting in a significant Muslim population. Under current Greek policy, Orthodox Christianity was undoubtedly the state religion, and other faiths could be freely propagated, but the spread of Muslim faith was strictly controlled, requiring forced conversion. Muslims are notoriously stubborn, and for this very reason, Otto was determined to suppress them. Otherwise, the people would only know God and not the state, which would cause immense trouble for his rule. Therefore, after a moment's thought, he said, move 3 divisions to Albania and arrest all the stubborn elements there, forcibly relocating them to African colonies. But Your Majesty, Otto replied, this will cause immense chaos, especially since some areas are predominantly Muslim. If they all leave, we may not have enough manpower to develop the local areas. Due to population issues, our country has been trying its best to attract immigrants from Europe, but the economies of European countries are currently very stable, and the willingness of ordinary citizens to immigrate is generally low. The Balkans are sparsely populated due to years of instability, and other regions also lack manpower. The immigration problem isn't unsolvable. The foreign minister can talk to Russia about bringing in a group of Russian farmers. As an emergency measure, we can pay Russia a fee. Russia's finances have always been a problem, and my future father-in-law has always wanted to strengthen his influence in the Balkans. I believe he will agree. Additionally, we can bring in a group of Chinese immigrants from the Far East. Based on feedback from the African colonies, Chinese immigrants are hardworking, obedient, and highly organized. They get along well with European immigrants to Africa, and most have now integrated into the colonial government. Russia and Chinese immigrants, Prime Minister Sanos frowned slightly. Frankly, he wasn't keen on bringing in too many Russian and Chinese immigrants. Russia's ambitions for the Balkans were obvious to everyone. Increasing Russian immigration would increase Russia's influence in the region. Although Greece had temporarily stabilized Russia through diplomacy, the thought of Russia's million-strong army made Prime Minister Sanos uneasy. As for the Chinese, it was a prejudice typical of Europeans that made him look down on people of Asian descent who were less than 100 people. But since Otto had made his decision, he could only obey. I understand, Your Majesty. I will obey your orders, but this will require a considerable expense. Since the goal is to immigrate to African colonies, the royal family will cover that expense. However, the cost of bringing Russian and Chinese immigrants to the Balkans will be borne by the government. We can temporarily issue bonds with extremely low interest rates for the royal consortium to purchase, but there can be no hesitation in our actions. Upon hearing the king's words, Prime Minister Sanos couldn't help but glance at the finance minister beside him. He was well aware of the country's current financial situation, but since the king had spoken, he could only express his obedience. Chapter 147 No War in Palestine. With the conference's decision, the fate of the Muslims in Albania was sealed. These individuals were dispersed to various colonial outposts across Africa, and isolated and powerless, they were unlikely to cause any further significant disturbances. For Greece, the Muslim problem in the Balkans as a whole was not particularly serious, as it was confined to its own territory. The real trouble lay in Tunisia and the Palestinian territories where Greek troops had just landed. If Greece gained de facto control over these areas, it would undoubtedly implement policies similar to those in Albania, using the military to forcibly relocate the local populations. Those who resisted would be sent to mines or build railways to compensate for the current manpower shortages facing Greece's large-scale construction projects. At this moment, General Arno, who had landed in Palestine, watched as soldiers in the port escorted groups of Palestinian natives onto ships, while listening to his adjutant's report. According to statistics, a total of 26,000 indigenous people in the port have been placed under centralized custody. During this period, some of the indigenous people resisted, resulting in 86 soldiers being wounded, most of whom sustained minor injuries, with only 16 soldiers suffering more serious injuries. As ordered, 5,600 of the rebels have been prioritized for transport to the country for disposal, while another 6,000 indigenous people have completed their boarding and will be sent to the African colonies. Due to a shortage of transport ships, the remaining indigenous people can only wait for the next batch of transport ships to arrive in 5 days before they can be transported. After listening to the report, General Arno pondered for a moment and said, "Send out both cavalry companies to search the surrounding area, explore the terrain, confirm the settlements within 10 kilometers, and report any findings immediately. The troops will rest at the port for now. Once the second batch of immigrant transport ships arrives, all the indigenous people in the port must be evacuated." After saying this, General Arno glanced at his adjutant, who seemed hesitant to speak. "Any other questions?" "General, I don't understand why we're spending so much effort transporting these Muslim indigenous people. It's consuming too much of our army's energy, and if it takes too long, it might affect our operational plans. It would be better to utilize the local manpower to repair the port and transport military supplies." "This is an order from the country," General Arno said. "Your idea is indeed good, but it's only from a military perspective. We also need to consider the future stability of this region. According to our agreements with Britain and the Ottomans, this entire region will be our territory in the future. However, apart from a few who share our faith in God, most of the local people are completely incompatible with us in terms of language, culture, and lifestyle. Most importantly, they are familiar with everything about this land and see us as invaders who have invaded their homeland, posing a potential threat to our rule. Therefore, relocating all of them is the best option. But if we do that, there will be no one left here, and we won't be able to gain any benefits from it. Don't worry, we've considered it domestically. Soon, other immigrants will be transported here. These new immigrants will be easier to manage. And this is also for our long-term stability in this region. As for the battle plan, our main objective here is to occupy this place. Other objectives can be secondary." "All right, go and issue the orders." "Yes, sir," the adjutant replied, turning and leaving. A month later, Ibrahim, leading the main Egyptian army, rode on a tall Arabian horse, watching his troops march in long columns along the road. The Egyptian soldiers' faces showed visible fatigue. The continuous forced march for many days had exhausted their physical and mental strength. Ibrahim, on horseback, knew the soldiers' condition, but he dared not linger too long on the road. The Greek army had already occupied the Palestinian port and was about to cut off his retreat, trapping his army in Syria. Without sufficient supplies, he and his army would be gradually surrounded by the enemy. Egypt had already suffered a naval defeat, and only a small number of poorly trained troops remained domestically. If the British army landed in Egypt, there would likely be insufficient troops to defend the country. Under these circumstances, Egypt could not afford to lose his army. He now carried Egypt's last hope. Therefore, he had to take advantage of the Greek army's unstable foothold and cross Palestine to return to Egypt. By this time, the army had already entered Palestinian territory and was at risk of encountering the Greek army at any moment. Ishak released all of his scout cavalry to monitor the Greek army's movements. Ishak rode slowly forward with the army, his mind racing with potential dangers. After a while, several Egyptian cavalrymen arrived swiftly, accompanied by a cloud of dust. Reaching Ishak, they shouted, "Pasha, Our scouts ahead have sent intelligence. They've discovered a Greek army. Hearing that the intelligence concerned the Greeks, Ishak pulled on the reins, halting his horse, and asked, "Where's the Greek army?" "Pasha, our reconnaissance cavalry encountered Greek cavalry ahead and captured a prisoner. According to the information obtained through torture, the Greek army has already occupied the towns along the Palestinian coast, including Caesarea, Tel Aviv, and Palestine, and is currently assembling its troops in preparation for capturing Jerusalem. Jerusalem is still in our hands." Ibrahim couldn't help but feel a surge of joy upon hearing this news. If the Greek army wanted to block the Egyptian army's return journey and prevent them from returning to Egypt via the Sinai Peninsula, they would have to occupy the coastline leading to Jerusalem. At a normal marching speed, even if the Greek army were infantry, it would take them at most 10 days to land by sea, enter the interior, and occupy Jerusalem. Jerusalem itself didn't have many defenders, so taking it wouldn't be difficult. More than a month had passed since he received the news, and the Greeks still hadn't captured Jerusalem. He had already prepared for a confrontation with the Greek forces attempting to intercept them. Yet, so far, the Greeks had only occupied the coastal area and hadn't penetrated inland. The Greeks' slow progress was truly illogical. Thinking of this, Ibrahim continued, "Is this news true? Could it be false information spread by the Greeks? Pasha, I have already arranged for people to continue scouting in the direction of Jerusalem. I believe news will come back soon. In addition, I have also received news that the Greeks seem to be forcibly relocating the local Palestinian population." "Forced relocation?" Ibrahim frowned slightly and asked, "What is going on?" "Our scouts have also encountered some local people. It seems that the Greek army is forcibly gathering the local people, saying that they are going to relocate them to African colonies to reclaim wasteland. This led to conflict between the local population and the Greek army. Many local residents and tribes resisted the Greek policies, which may explain the slow pace of the Greek military's operations. Go to the African colonies." As the son of Muhammad Ali, Ishak had naturally heard that many European countries had established colonies in Africa, but he hadn't expected Greece to have colonies there as well. He also knew that the European colonies in Africa were hot and plagued by disease, considered by many Europeans as places of death, and almost no one wanted to go. The Greeks were clearly planning to fill their African colonies with Palestinian people, perhaps as slaves. Thinking of this, Ibrahim couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. How dare the Greeks treat the people of the true God on this way? Ibrahim wished he could immediately order his army to find the main force of the Greek army and teach those Greeks a lesson, but reason prevailed, and he gradually suppressed his anger. The most important thing now was to bring the army back to Egypt. The reason the Greeks hadn't reached Jerusalem yet was probably because the local resistance had delayed their actions. If that was the case, he couldn't let this opportunity slip by. As the war progressed, Ishak knew that Egypt's defeat was inevitable. However, if he could bring his army back to Egypt, Egypt could retain more interests in the upcoming negotiations, at least preserving his family's rule and giving them hope for a future resurgence. But if he became entangled with the Greek army, and the Ottoman Empire and British pursuers caught up, he and his army would inevitably suffer heavy losses. The enemy could even easily invade Egypt, leaving Egypt completely vulnerable. Thinking this, Ibrahim ordered, "Have the scout cavalry confirm the situation in Jerusalem. If it hasn't been occupied by the Greeks yet, we'll take this opportunity to enter the Sinai Peninsula through Jerusalem and quickly return to Egypt." "Yes, sir." The messenger left after receiving the order. Ibrahim spurred his horses forward again, and the army indeed didn't encounter any Greek troops in Jerusalem. It wasn't until after they left Jerusalem that the scouts reported spotting Greek reconnaissance units. Ibrahim had been closely monitoring the Greek movements, and seemingly because of the discovery of the Egyptian army, small groups of Greek cavalry began to appear behind the main army after Ibrahim entered the Sinai Peninsula. These troops did not approach the Egyptian army directly, but followed them from a distance to monitor their movements. This continued until Ishtar Rahim crossed the Sinai Peninsula and entered Egyptian territory, where he deployed his troops to confront the Greek army on the Sinai Peninsula border. The Greeks did not launch an offensive. Finally, after observing the Greek army he was facing, Ishtar Rahim found them well disciplined and highly motivated. He suppressed his intention to engage the Greek army, but resolved in his heart that he would one day lead his army back to Syria and reclaim Jerusalem. Chapter 148 Troop Reinforcements and Loans. Your Majesty Otto, your army failed to intercept Ishak's Egyptian troops in Palestine as planned, This is a complete dereliction of duty. Inside the Athens royal palace, the British ambassador to Athens spoke to Otto with a somewhat accusatory tone. "Your Excellency," the ambassador continued, "regarding this, our country was also helpless. Most of the local population are diehards loyal to Ali, and they attacked our troops in Palestine. We had to keep these diehards under surveillance. Furthermore, our lack of understanding of the local situation, coupled with the fact that the local guides we recruited were also pro-Egyptian, led our troops astray, ultimately giving Ishan and his forces the opportunity to escape. Our country has already dealt severely with those diehard Egyptians and their leaders. In the upcoming battle, our Greek army, together with the British and Ottoman armies, will attack Egyptian territory. The Egyptians only know how to use these petty tricks. I believe that in a direct confrontation, our army will definitely crush the Egyptian army as quickly as possible and capture Muhammad Ali and Ibrahim alive." Hearing Otto directly shift the blame to the residents of the Palestinian region, the British ambassador couldn't help but feel annoyed. According to his intelligence, Muhammad Ali's previous oppressive rule in the Palestinian region had made him unpopular with the locals. Where did all these die-hard Egyptian loyalists come from? If the Greeks hadn't forcibly relocated Palestinians, there would have been no large-scale uprising, and the unrest remains unresolved. Currently, the Greek forces deployed along the Sinai Peninsula and the Egyptian border consist of only one regiment, the rest are Ottoman and British troops. The Greek army is entirely engaged in suppressing rebellions in Palestine and Transjordan, and the chaos has even disrupted the transport of supplies. Clearly, Greece's previous victories in the Balkans have inflated their egos. They lack the understanding of how to manage a newly conquered and unfamiliar territory. Palestine is not the Balkans, deeply influenced by Greek culture. Although there are some believers in God here, the majority of the population is still Muslim. The Greeks' misdeeds here immediately backfired. However, the British ambassador only complained inwardly, because Britain still needed Greece's help and demanded that Greece send reinforcements to the front lines so that it could further pressure Egypt to concede more benefits in the upcoming negotiations. As for why Britain itself didn't send more troops, frankly speaking, it was because the British army was insufficient in number. As is well known, since the Napoleonic Wars of 1815, the British army has been caught in a curse of downsizing and reductions. In Britain's national strategy, the Navy is undoubtedly the most powerful force, and a large part of Britain's hegemony is supported by its navy, which far surpasses that of other countries in the world. In contrast, the British army is a neglected and unloved force. Serving in the British army, aside from experiencing constant whippings from instructors, offers virtually nothing, let alone any sense of honor. After the Napoleonic Wars, Britain could only use coercive methods to enlist impoverished, destitute, and unwilling, and truly willing to work, alcoholics and vagrants into the army. They then used alcohol and opium to numb them and employed methods like whipping to instill obedience. From the perspective of the British High Command, these conscripted soldiers had no sense of honor and were of no use other than dying on the battlefield. Even so, the total strength of the British Army was only slightly over 100,000, with a majority of them dispersed and stationed in British colonies around the world. After all, stabilizing colonies could not rely solely on the colony's own army. As a result, there were only about 40,000 troops stationed on the British mainland. Among these 40,000, a large number were officers, mostly sons of nobles who had joined the army for a living, and many of them had paid their way in. As a long-established kingdom, England has a considerable number of nobles. Aside from the eldest son inheriting titles and inheritances, other children without talent or the will to join the army have only one path, becoming a clergyman. This results in a large number of officers in the British Army, averaging one officer for every 8 men. Moreover, their ranks start at least as colonels, and several officers occupy a single commanding position, leaving many unsure of whose orders to take. Furthermore, these aristocratic sons, brought in to receive royal stipends, often have formidable backers. Any slight movement can unleash a chain of influence, making streamlining the military and administration extremely difficult. This resulted in an army of just over 100,000 men, with annual military expenditures exceeding £9 million, nearly 200 million drachmas, enough to support a 40-square army in Greece. All of this also meant the British cabinet had even less incentive to expand the British army. Given that most European powers now had 300,000 to 400,000 standing armies, Expanding the British army by 200,000 would have required at least another £20 million in military spending. While this would certainly allow the sons of nobles to achieve their ambitions, it would be unsustainable for the British Treasury, given that Britain's annual revenue is currently only slightly over £50 million. This is why, when Britain deploys its army, the common tactic is to use a small number of regular troops combined with a large number of colonial troops. It's not that Britain was unaware of the low combat effectiveness of its colonial armies, but they were certainly cheap enough. And while their numbers might be insufficient for a direct confrontation with the great powers, they were more than capable of fighting other non-great powers. In the current war against Egypt, Britain has only mobilized 6,000 troops besides its Mediterranean fleet. Land operations will rely more heavily on the Ottoman Empire and Greek forces. Moreover, according to reports from the front, the Ottoman Empire's army is a mixed bag. Apart from its core force of 30,000, the rest are practically insignificant, offering little chance of victory against the Egyptian army. Once the main Egyptian army is determined to fight a decisive battle, the coalition forces, despite their numerical advantage of 140,000, may not necessarily be able to win. Under such circumstances, it will be essential to have Greece increase its troops on the front lines. Therefore, the British ambassador, following Otto's lead, said, in that case, it's even more crucial to resolve the Egyptian issue to quickly bring peace to the Palestinian region. Because your main force cannot reach the front lines, Egypt is reluctant to accept the final offer. Otto knew that the Palestinians' decision to let the Egyptian main force go was his fault, so he could only offer a positive response. Your Excellency can rest assured on this point. The military is prepared to send another division to the Egyptian front. I believe that with nearly 160,000 troops at the front, twice the number of Egyptian troops stationed there, victory will be assured. One division is not enough, the British ambassador said. According to information from our frontline commanders, it would be best if your country increased this number to 3 divisions. 3 divisions. Otto hesitated upon hearing this, saying, I believe your Excellency is aware that our country has just ended a major war, and the expenditure of funds and military equipment has been enormous. The Treasury simply cannot support the deployment of so many troops. Your Majesty, please rest assured on this point. As long as your country agrees, our country is willing to provide an additional £2 million in low-interest loans. Moreover, only by completely defeating Egypt can your country better stabilize Palestine and Transjordan. Since your country is so sincere, I naturally will not refuse. I will now order the mobilization of 3 more divisions to proceed to the Egyptian front as soon as possible. Clearly, Britain was trying to force Egypt to surrender quickly and bleed money. Seeing this, Otto didn't refuse and readily agreed. Satisfied with Otto's reply, the British ambassador left, and Otto began to ponder. Greece's mistakes in Palestine were actually intentional on Otto's part. He didn't want to excessively weaken Egypt, he needed an Egypt that retained a certain level of strength. Even though relations between Greece and Egypt were unlikely to improve after this war, excessively weakening Egypt would only lead to its rapid transformation into a de facto British colony, which was not in Greece's interest. Following this war, British influence in Egypt would inevitably increase gradually, potentially even excluding French influence altogether, a process that would likely take no more than a decade. While the Ottoman Empire would remain Egypt's nominal suzerain, it would likely be powerless to halt Britain's slow colonization. Having lost the Balkans and constantly facing threats from Greece and Russia, the Ottoman Empire would have little choice but to accept Britain's decision to forcibly turn Egypt into a colony. Furthermore, Egypt's proximity to the Sinai Peninsula made Greece's plan to build the Suez Canal unsafe, given the presence of a British colony nearby. Therefore, Otto believed that Egypt was best kept under Greek control. At present, Greece's strength was no match for Britain's, nor did it dare to directly compete with Britain for Egypt. Historically, Britain would not openly invade Egypt until 1882, turning it into a de facto colony. However, Otto believed that if Egypt's strength were too weak by then, Britain's colonization of Egypt would certainly accelerate significantly. For this reason, only if Egypt maintained a certain level of strength could it slow down Britain's pace of colonization, which was crucial for Greece. Therefore, at Otto's suggestion, from the beginning, the Greek army did not intend to intercept the main force of the Egyptian army, led by Ibrahim. The Greek army's hasty relocation of local residents was also intended to create conflict, giving Greece a somewhat plausible reason. Whether the British would believe it or not was not Otto's concern. In any case, Both Britain and Greece needed each other right now, so it was impossible for them to turn against each other. Chapter 149: The End of the War in the Chaotic World. In fact, negotiations between the coalition and Egypt had already begun after Ibrahim led the main force of the army back to Egypt. However, perhaps emboldened by the return of the main force, Muhammad Ali, while agreeing to relinquish territories outside of mainland Egypt, was unwilling to accept Egypt's demands for lower tariffs, troop reductions, and reparations. At this point, Britain's real aim in its conflict with Egypt was to gain economic benefits. If Egypt continued to have tariff autonomy, the war would have been fought in vain for Britain. Therefore, the negotiations reached a stalemate. As one of the belligerent nations, Greece naturally sent envoys to participate in the negotiations. However, the Greek envoys were rather passive. After satisfying their own territorial demands, they remained largely uninvolved, watching the British and Egyptian envoys engage in their verbal sparring. While the Egyptian envoys argued their case, the Greek envoys knew that Britain had expended so much effort to secure Egypt's cotton and other raw materials and markets, and was unlikely to return empty-handed. British fleets were still patrolling the Egyptian coast, and news from home indicated that Britain was demanding additional Greek troops. Under this mounting pressure, Egypt was bound to yield sooner or later. Indeed, this was the case. Although Muhammad Ali wanted his army to counterattack the coalition forces, Egyptian ports were blockaded by the British and Greek fleets, and domestic factories were unable to provide sufficient supplies. Furthermore, the prolonged fighting and setbacks in the later stages of the war had severely damaged the army's morale. Ultimately, after Greek reinforcements arrived at the front lines, and seeing the coalition forces poised to launch an attack, Egypt accepted the British terms. Egypt declared its submission to the Ottoman Sultan, agreeing to pay regular tribute. Its territories outside mainland Egypt were divided between Greece and the Ottoman Empire. Greece received Crete, Palestine, and Transjordan, while the remaining territories were re-established under Ottoman rule. The Egyptian army was limited to 24,000 men in peacetime, and warships could not be built without Ottoman permission. The appointment of officers of the rank of colonel and above required the approval of the Ottoman Sultan. Egypt was also required to relinquish its domestic economic monopolies, open free trade, and adhere to tariffs stipulated in agreements between the Ottoman Empire and other powers. The only consolation for Muhammad Ali was that the Ali family gained hereditary rule over Egypt. This failure utterly shattered Muhammad Ali's ambitions. At 80 years old, he no longer had the time or energy to fulfill his aspirations. After confirming the treaty's signing, his spirit collapsed. He ceased handling domestic affairs in Egypt, became increasingly volatile, and Egypt, a nation gradually recovering, seemed to decline instantly, much like Muhammad Ali. Reading the intelligence reports about Egypt, Otto felt a pang of sadness, but even more so, a growing sense of unease. Because he clearly understood that in this era of great conflict, Greece was in the same predicament as Egypt. If it were to fail even slightly, this seemingly prosperous nation would face the same fate. Thinking of this, Otto quickly perked up and continued reading the documents before him. The next document concerned Greek colonies in North America, or rather, not quite. At this point, Greek territory in North America was still nominally Mexican territory. Although Mexico had quelled the Southern Rebellion instigated by the United States, it had severely depleted the country's resources. It wasn't just the Greeks engaging in piracy. Americans and the newly arrived French were also continuously encroaching on Mexico's northern territories. The Mexican population in these territories was less than 100,000. Tassononis' forced relocation of people from the rebellious southern territories to the north caused widespread resentment, but it was a necessary measure. The local Mexicans were powerless to stop the French and American migration and infiltration into the northern territories. France was overjoyed with the profits from Texas, and there were constant calls within the country to expand the Texas colony. Although the United States suffered a setback, it remained steadfast in its desire to purchase California and New Mexico from Mexico, a request that was firmly rejected by Mexico. The idea that the U.S. would pay off $15 million within 10 years is a joke. In the past, there was an uprising every 3 months and a major coup every 6 months. If it weren't for Greek funding and military supplies, President Tassononis would likely have been overthrown long ago. Because of this, Mexico could only tacitly allow Greece to expand its influence in California. At least Greece provided substantial funds to train its army and supply weapons, and its immigrants were willing to pay taxes. Therefore, Even knowing that the Greeks were offering poisoned honey, Tassinana had no choice but to accept it, allowing Mexico to develop with Greek support. Deep down, he was even mentally prepared to lose his northern border. Due to California's population shortage, Otto could only arrange for the Royal Consortium's immigration company to allocate more immigrants to the country. Furthermore, given the need for large numbers of immigrants in Africa and mainland Greece, coupled with flight route issues, the majority were primarily Chinese. In reality, Greece now completely controls California, including a majority of its government officials who govern in the Greek style. Considering the threats from the United States and France, Otto has decided to establish weapons manufacturing plants and expand the local military. Tassinana's immigration policy to northern Xinjiang caused some trouble for Greece, but with the help of the local government, Otto recruited these immigrants, who generally had little wealth, to work on large local farms, intending to gradually assimilate them into Greek society. As for California's gold mines, mining is currently limited by manpower and not yet on a large scale. However, this secret is difficult to keep indefinitely, and the current policy is to try to bring all mined gold back to the country. Because the Panama Canal is not yet open, the gold can only be transported back to Greece by sea, bypassing South America. Fortunately, the quantity is not large, and it can still be kept secret for now. The Bank of Greece is currently preparing to issue gold yuan notes, also to prepare for Greece's transition from metal currency to paper money. Even if it is conservative, a gradual rollout on a small scale initially will allow the gold held by the Greek government and royal family to have 2 to 3 times the effect, promoting the development of the Greek economy and alleviating the government's financial difficulties. Therefore, the more gold they have, the better. Despite Greece's support for Tassinana's stable government, this was a strategic move to allow Mexico to retain some strength and resist France and the United States for a while longer. Fundamentally, Greece, like the US and France, saw Mexico as an easy target. The country possesses the world's largest silver mines, but due to rampant local power struggles and corruption, the government is forced to borrow money to survive. Mexico's various factions, while opposing the government, often fight amongst themselves, resembling a modern-day version of the warlord era at the end of the Tang dynasty. This internal strife hinders Mexico's development, making it easier to bully than the formidable US and France. Because of the chaos in Mexico, Greece sold the silver mines that Tassinana had mortgaged to him to French merchants, even though it was a huge loss on paper. Meanwhile, Brooke, placed there by the intelligence agency, was thriving in North America. He now owned numerous plantations in Texas and was making large-scale investments in the American South. With a continuous influx of slaves from Central and Southern Africa, Brooke held a very high position in both Texas and the American South, and was even elected to the U.S. Congress. Seeing this, Otto sometimes couldn't help but wonder what Brooke was thinking. Was he about to become the President of the United States in just 3 years? Of course, this was just a whimsical idea. In reality, the Greeks had more than just Brooks in North America. In the South alone, they had 68 people planted under the guise of plantation owners, and this number was constantly expanding. Brooks was unaware of most of these people. It was precisely because of the overt and covert support of these individuals that he was able to achieve his current position. Moreover, in the north, Greece also had large landowners, industrialists, bankers, and so on, gradually infiltrating all aspects of American society to facilitate their understanding of the situation and ensure that the royal financial group could continuously profit from the United States. Through the various intelligence reports from these agents, Otto gained a deeper understanding of the United States in this era. He realized that the American Civil War, which would occur more than 20 years later, was not a sudden occurrence. The North-South divide in the United States had already emerged. Meanwhile, the situation in the United States had changed due to Otto's previous actions. Fear of France led the U.S. military to propose an expansion plan of 100,000 troops, but due to financial issues, a compromise was reached at 48,000, instead of the historically long-standing figure of just over 10,000. It is also worth mentioning the French colonies in Central America, or more specifically, the Central American kingdoms currently ruled by the son of King Louis Philippe of France. To completely control the region, France launched a large-scale military intervention, deploying 12,000 troops. With the help of conservative forces, France managed to stabilize its rule. However, numerous large-scale rebellions plagued the country. A single French regiment could rout Carrera's indigenous forces, But the Central American jungles also inflicted significant non-combat losses on the French army. Various diseases ravaged the French forces, giving France a similar experience to that in Algeria. The British had ended their war in Egypt, but their wars in India and Afghanistan were far from over, and their war against the Far Eastern Empire was ongoing. Otto was deeply impressed by this war, but he had no intention of stopping it. In his view, the war was indeed shameful, but it also tore open a corner of the nomadic people's web that bound the country. Greece might be able to do something to help its true masters understand this new era sooner and better than they remembered. Chapter 150 Greening and Tourism. Regardless of Otto's thoughts on the Far East situation, given Greece's current limited national strength, the most important priorities for Greece are developing the Balkans, its core region, and stabilizing Tunisia and its former territory in Syria. The Balkans will be directly incorporated into the mainland, while Tunisia and Palestine, due to their different circumstances, will be governed for the time being through a system similar to a colony, with funding primarily provided by the Royal Consortium. Once sufficient immigrants have arrived and a solid foundation for rule has been established, the government will gradually take full control and begin localization. Through the latest 5-year plan, the government has formulated numerous spending projects, large and small, including transportation infrastructure, school construction, and the development of new industrial zones. Government funds are being spent like water, and even the newly recaptured Crete island has seen temporary additions to its construction projects. Development and immigration policies near Tunisian ports are also proceeding steadily. While the Tunisian Imperial Guard and tribal alliances are locked in fierce conflict, Greece is observing the situation and quietly developing its own power base. What remains are the Sinai Peninsula and Greek Syria. As is widely known, the Sinai Peninsula became a crucial strategic location due to the Suez Canal. However, even in later times, the Sinai Peninsula remained one of Egypt's most underdeveloped regions, considered by many to be a worthless desert island. Due to its perennial drought and lack of rainfall, most of the area is desert, and the local inhabitants have traditionally relied on camel herding for their livelihood. Before the age of exploration, it served as a vital trade route connecting the Ottoman Empire and Egypt, allowing the local population to live relatively comfortably. However, with the continuous development of maritime transport and the decline of land transport, the Sinai Peninsula gradually fell into decline. Today, the Sinai Peninsula has a permanent population of less than 30,000. Its largest city, Alish, is smaller than an average town, at best a village. The locals are so poor they are barely surviving, and the Egyptian government is too lazy to send anyone to collect taxes. Taking advantage of the war with Egypt and the encroachment of its army, Greece forcibly relocated all the island's nomadic inhabitants to its African colonies, turning the island into no man's land. For the local residents, leaving this desert for the fertile lands of Central and Southern Africa was actually a good thing. As the border between Greece and Egypt, the southwestern peninsula is also home to a Greek army of 3,000. It's not that Greece didn't want to station more troops, it's just that the area is too desolate, and the cost of stationing troops is too high. If Otto hadn't intervened, the government would have even considered reducing the garrison to 600. I've read reports about the Sinai Peninsula before. Otto's tree planting mentality from his previous life resurfaced, so he had the Royal Consortium arrange for 500 immigrants to plant trees on the Sinai Peninsula, the kind who are paid to do so. Once the first batch of immigrants settled in, the number of immigrants would be gradually increased depending on the situation. The two types of trees chosen are both native to the Arabian Peninsula, the olive tree and the Arabian dragon's blood tree. Olive trees require a lot of water and can only be planted in a few oases or other water-rich areas. The Arabian dragon's blood tree, however, is different. It is an evergreen shrub that can reach up to 4 meters in height, with a crown resembling a large, dark green umbrella or mushroom. Its dense, interwoven branches resemble a network of blood vessels. This tree can survive in the driest and most desolate deserts, feeding on only a few drops of mist. After Otto consulted a botanist to explain the tree to him, and considering the environment of the southwestern peninsula, Otto decided to plant more of these trees there. Currently, there are only a limited number of oases remaining on the Sinai Peninsula. Due to climate and rainfall, olive trees can only be planted around oases, while dragon blood trees can be widely cultivated. Although Otto doesn't expect to make money from planting trees, and even loses money every year, this is, after all, his core territory, and he certainly wants to improve its environment as much as possible, adding more greenery. The locals rely on raising camels and sheep for a living, and these animals are major water consumers. Banning agricultural production and livestock farming would conserve the precious water resources for planting trees and grass. In 1 or 2 decades, the oasis could expand several times over. Otto recalled watching documentaries in his past life showing this area historically a fertile land with lush trees and abundant livestock. Of course, this is due to changes in the overall natural environment, but with continued efforts, perhaps in 100 years, at least some suitable areas could become habitable for humans. The cabinet found Otto's idea inconceivable, because currently no one pays attention to environmental protection, or even has the concept of it. What surprised them even more was that Otto also planned to implement similar policies in Palestine and Transjordan. This was essentially throwing money down the drain. If it weren't for the royal consortium funding it themselves, the cabinet would certainly have argued against it and rejected Otto's proposal. Of course, since Otto was preparing for such a massive undertaking, he would definitely want to find a way to promote himself. Planting trees in the Sinai Peninsula might go unnoticed, but Palestine was a different story. After all, Jerusalem is located in Palestine, and its religious significance is not something that needs much emphasis. It's just that Britain wasn't interested in the so-called holy sites and was more focused on practical economic gains. Otherwise, Britain would definitely have intervened when Greece demanded the partition of Palestine. The actual reconquest of Palestine brought Otto immense prestige in the Christian world, not only internationally but also domestically. While the situation in Palestine might be much better than in the southwestern peninsula, desertification is still severe. Given its status as a holy site, Otto planned to develop it into a tourist destination. Although the influence of religion is declining in this era, it remains considerable. Otherwise, why would Otto have chosen to use conversion as a means to win over the Greek people upon his arrival? The original agriculture and animal husbandry would certainly have to be abandoned, since it's only separated from mainland Greece by the Mediterranean Sea, making the transportation of food very convenient. After seizing the Balkan Peninsula, Greece's food problem was greatly alleviated. With the development of farms across the country, food was no longer a concern. Moreover, Austria to the north borders the Danube Plain, and the Ukrainian Plain of Russia is also nearby, both renowned grain-producing regions. Directly improving the local environment and attracting more pilgrims would certainly be profitable, as those with the means for pilgrimage and tourism are wealthy individuals these days. However, Greece's forced relocation of local tribes did cause some minor controversy, with news outlets in many countries condemning this practice. However, this was just a minor incident. Europeans weren't particularly interested in Arabs anyway, and the matter quickly faded away. On the other hand, Otto's announcement of a 50-year leave-behind policy for agriculture and pastoralism to improve Jerusalem's environment, his funding for greening the surrounding area, and his plans to build a railway directly connecting the port to Jerusalem were widely publicized, fueled by the royal consortium, to enhance Greece's and Otto's international image. However, the recapture of Jerusalem didn't only bring benefits, it also brought some minor troubles. For example, Otto recently received a letter from Nicholas I. Nicholas I's letter was brief. He requested that Otto hand over the keys to the Bethlehem Church to the Russian Orthodox Church, allowing Russian Orthodox Christians free access to the Manger Chapel and the Christmas caves. The Bethlehem Church, mentioned by Nicholas I, is located in Bethlehem, in the West Bank of Palestine, and is a landmark building marking the birthplace of Jesus. This church is not only a Christian holy site but is also considered one of the oldest still functioning churches. If Otto had agreed to Nicholas I's conditions, it would have undoubtedly caused great dissatisfaction among Orthodox Christians in Greece, and the fanatics might have even rioted. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.